time for California League Baseball on KVCR with your Inland Empire 66ers, Single A affiliate of the Seattle Mariners. Today's broadcast is made possible by the support of Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, the only children's hospital in the Inland Empire. By Toyota of Redlands, where personal relationships still count. By the more than 50 Southern California Farmer Boys Fast-Restaurants, fresh food served fast. And by the Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the Inland Empire communities for more than 50 years. Now let's head out to the ballpark.
Well, hello, everybody, and a good Friday night to you. Along with Bill Burns, this is Mike Sager, and we are at Arrowhead Credit Union Park in front of what looks like it's going to be a very nice-sized crowd tonight. Thunderstick giveaway, so I'm sure a lot of noise to be made this evening. Game 2 of the 4-game series between the Sixers and the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. Inland Empire coming out last night after getting swept in Lake Elsinore. They beat the Quakes by the score of 5-3 to run their home record at 13-4. They were 1 out away from their 5th shutout of the year. And then Sean Rodriguez slugged a 3-run homer off Jose De La Cruz. The Sixers, though, holding on to win and picked up a half game on the idle Lake Elsinore Storm. So the Sixers a half game out of first entering tonight's game. They are 22-18. Rancho 21-19. They are a game and a half out. Mike Wilson's hitting his 5th home run of the year for the Sixers as part of last night's victory. And 4 Inland Empire pitchers combined on a 4-hitter. So the second game of the 8-game homestand. And tonight it'll be right-hander Ivan Blanco going for win number 5. He goes against Quakes right-hander Nick Green, who is also going for his 5th win of the year. Our guest on the pregame show tonight, Inland Empire shortstop Matt Tuiasosopo, recently came off the disabled list, got himself 3 hits in the game last night. And when we come back, Bill will be chatting with Matt. That's coming right up.
Andre Rieu is back on PBS with a delightfully romantic concert from Corona, Italy. Join us for this captivating performance featuring the music of Puccini, Strauss, Beethoven, and Rieu's own compositions as we celebrate music and romance in a very special setting. Andre Rieu, live in Tuscany, here on PBS.
Friday night at 8 on KVCR TV, Channel 24.
Join us this week on A Prairie Home Companion when we come to you from Reykjavik, from the National Theatre of Iceland, with the Fostbreder Male Choir and Iceland's singer-songwriter Didu, Mr. Bill Holm, Howard Levy sitting in with the Guys All-Star Shoe Band, John C. Riley, and of course the news from Lake Wobegon. All this week from the middle of the Atlantic on A Prairie Home Companion.
Saturday afternoon at 3 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the communities of the Inland Empire for more than 50 years with convenient locations. Arrowhead Credit Union offers savings and loan programs and provides members access to over 1,800 service center locations and over 25,000 ATMs nationwide. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, Arrowhead Credit Union can provide you with rates, friendly service, and convenience. Information is available at arrowheadcu.org.
Bill Burns along with the shortstop for the Inland Empire 66ers, Matt Tuiasosopo. And Matt, must feel good to be back out there playing with your team.
Definitely, it feels good to be back in the lineup. I had a nice little break. Sat out a couple of series, and feels good to be back out there.
Yeah, a little bit of a domestic injury. We won't go into that, but it must feel good. You got 3 hits in the ball game last night. How long does it actually take to start getting back into the swing of things? For you, it took 2 days, but I'm sure for other guys it could take a little bit longer.
Yeah, definitely. First game when I came back, swing just didn't feel right, and I just wanted to come back and not panic. Just learn from my ABs and just keep it simple. And yesterday I was able to get a couple bloop hits in, and I'll take those hits any day.
Well, even though you weren't playing with the team, you're still with the team. And how important is it to actually keep the running up and the other things that you can actually do?
Well, I was running every day with our strength and conditioning guy, and I felt what it was like to be a pitcher. I was running nonstop. And I'm glad I'm a position player, I know that for sure.
Yeah, those pitchers, man, they really run, and there's a couple of reasons they run so much. One, they have to have the endurance to be out there on the mound for so long. But let's go ahead and get back to you. You got got 3 hits in yesterday's ball game. Must feel good to actually get those hits going again. And you also been working at shortstop pretty well. At the very beginning of the season, things were a little bit shaky over there. I know Rafael Santo Domingo's been working on you, working with you on the pancake that you guys have, also the small mitt. Talk a little bit about what's Rafi's taught you so far this season. season?
We've been working on a lot of double play balls, routine balls, and routine balls to my right. We've been working infield and we've just been working on the routine balls. Early on I was making my errors on the routine plays, and so we've just been working on that. And every day, I'm taking a lot of ground balls with Ralphie, and it's been going real well.
Well, you guys lead the league in turning double plays right now. You and Young Chi Chen, of course, you guys are pretty darn good out there. And of course, Monzone's been working in there on each side of the field. So how nice is it to work with a guy like Young Chi Chen on the other side?
Oh, that's awesome. Young Chi is, he's a smooth defender out there. Not only is he an awesome hitter, he's a great second baseman, and I love playing with him.
And well, you've been able to play with him in the past, and of course be able to play with him in the future, hopefully, as you guys move up together throughout the minor leagues. Talk about how often your parents actually get down to watch you play. Does your family get out here at all?
Yes, they do. My dad's been down a couple times. I have family real close in the area. They've been out to see me. It's a lot easier trip than Wisconsin last year. So they're gonna come down more in the summer. My little sister, when she's done high school, they'll be all be able to come down and visit. But it's definitely nice to be here on the West Coast. And like I said, I got family here and close by, so it's been nice to be able to play in front of them.
You come from such an athletic family. Everybody in your household pretty much or in your family is athletic people. They're doing some kind of sport somewhere. Is there any pressure on you to exceed and get up to the biggest level because people ahead of you have done so?
Not at all. Coming out here and playing this game every day, I enjoy doing that. So, there's no pressure. I have a lot of support from my family, my brothers and sisters, and my mom and dad. And like I said, I'm just out here playing a game that I've loved playing ever since I was a little kid. So, there's no pressure in that.
Definitely, Matt. Well, I want to thank you for being with us, and let's go ahead and go back up to Mike Sager now.
Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the communities of the Inland Empire for more than 50 years with convenient locations. Arrowhead Credit Union offers savings and loan programs and provides members access to over 1,800 service center locations and over 25,000 ATMs nationwide. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, Arrowhead Credit Union can provide you with rates, friendly service, and convenience. Information is available at arrowheadcu.org.
For 60 years, Best Western has provided rooms that fit your budget. When traveling this summer in California, Hawaii, and Nevada, you're invited to participate in the Best Western Hotel Travel Card Plan and the Baseball Fan Rate, which provides special offers. Experience this summer with the Best Western Hotels of California, Hawaii, and Nevada. Information available at bestwesternbaseball.com.
Church's Chicken is proud to be part of the Inland Empire 66ers. With 39 locations throughout the LA and Inland Empire area, there's a Church's Chicken near you. Featuring a spicy and original crunchy chicken, crunchy tenders, or spicy chicken sandwich with side selections of mashed potatoes, corn on the cob, and coleslaw. Need to feed an entire baseball team? No problem. Church's is ready to take your order. Church's Chicken, we've got the crunch. Well, welcome back. We're a few minutes away from getting started. We just had, as you I'm sure just heard, the ending of the national anthem, and now the color guard will be heading off the field in a moment, so that'll give us a couple of extra minutes to spend with you and give us plenty of time to go through the starting lineups tonight. Again, the Quakes 21-19. The Sixers come in at 22-18, a half game behind the Lake Elsinore Storm. The Storm was idle last night, but they begin a series against the High Desert Mavericks tonight, and we will be keeping tabs on that game as well as the rest of the games in the California League. And, of course, beginning Monday, the Lake Elsinore Storm will be here for the start of a 4-game series. Ivan Blanco on the hill for the Sixers. Blanco, who started the year as a reliever, and with the injuries to Aaron Jensen and Robert Rohrbaugh, was moved into the starting rotation, and he's done so well that there is a better than average chance that he is going to stay in the starting rotation. A record of 4-1 leads the team in wins. ERA at 3.41. Blanco 11th in the league in ERA and tied for 10th in the league in WHIP. Here's how the Quakes will hit against them tonight. Rancho comes in riding a season-high 4-game losing streak, and it'll be Freddy Sandoval starting things off at third base. Ryan Leahy will be at second, and Sean Rodriguez, who hit the home run last night, will bat third and play short. Mike Collins does the catching. Pat Riley, the left fielder, hitting in the 5 spot. Baltazar Lopez will be the first baseman and hit 6th. Drew Toussaint, the right fielder, hitting 7th, followed by designated hitter Ben Johnson. And hitting 9th in center is Cody Fuller. For the Sixers, when they go up against right-hander Nick Green, this is what Gary Thurman's lineup card looks like. Brent Johnson in center field, Young Chi Chen at second base, and Reed Eastley in the number 3 hole DHing. Mike Wilson hitting cleanup in right field. Matt Tuiasosopo, our pregame guest, the shortstop. Marshall Hubbard will be at first base and bat 6th. Eric Monzon getting the start at third and hitting 7th. Brian Schweiger, the local kid, and I'm sure somewhere in this mass of humanity at the ballpark tonight, his family and friends are out here as he lives in nearby Rialto. So he's starting behind the plate, and Chris Colton will get the nod in left field and hit in the 9 spot. So the Sixers 13-4 here at Arrowhead Credit Union Park. Rancho Cucamonga out on the road this year. A record of 7-7. And the first pitch of the game to Freddy Sandoval is in for a strike. Sandoval, a switch hitter. This is only the second time this year that Bobby Mitchell has had him in the leadoff spot, and he hits the second pitch of the game way up into medium center field. Brent Johnson backs up on it and one-hands it. So one away here in the Quakes' first inning. The batter will be the second baseman, Ryan Leahy, who did not play in the ballgame last night. Sixer manager Gary Thurman is going to be leaving. He'll be gone tomorrow and Sunday. His daughter Brittany graduating from high school in Kansas City. So Thurman will be heading out of town, and Seattle's minor league infield coordinator Darren Garner will be running the show the next couple of days as Leahy takes a strike from Blanco, 0-1. Garner was the manager of the Lancaster Jethawks here in the Cal League in '99. Leahy hitting .250, and the next pitch to him is over for another strike, and it's 0-2. Leahy started the year in the Midwest League with Cedar Rapids. He joined the Quakes the third week of April, and Blanco's pitch swung on and missed as Leahy chased one down and away. 2 outs here in the first inning, and here comes the shortstop, Sean Rodriguez, who is off to a pretty fine start this year. Rodriguez with the 3-run homer to spoil the shutout last night. Sean hitting .324. His 6 home runs would be the most on the team. 26 RBIs, that puts him second on the club. And a pretty good OPS of .874. Right-handed batter and a very highly thought-of prospect as he takes a pitch low and away from Blanco. As a matter of fact, Rodriguez rated 23rd in the Angels minor league system of their top 30 prospects. He foul tips the next pitch into the glove of Schweiger, 1 ball and a strike. Rodriguez, born and raised in Miami. He was the Angels' 3rd-round pick in '03. It's a pitch behind the plate foul, 1-2. When he was coming out of high school, his draft year, he was rated the 14th best amateur draft prospect in the entire state of Florida. Right-hander stands deep in the box, and the pitch from Blanco, curveball swung on and missed. Looked like a slider. So a nice first inning for Ivan Blanco as he gets the side in order and strikes out 2 batters in the process. And Blanco this year has yet to allow a first-inning run. Bottom of the first inning coming up. Quakes failed to score, and now we'll see what the Sixers can do against Rancho right-hander Nick Green.
Right here, right now, Toyota Redlands, Toyota Redlands.
Toyota of Redlands is pleased to once again partner with the California League's Inland Empire 66ers. Toyota of Redlands is located at 1139 West Redlands Boulevard with a showroom of Toyota cars and trucks as well as certified pre-owned Toyota vehicles. Open 7 days a week. As part of the local community, Toyota of Redlands believes in personal relationships. Information available at toyotaofredlands.com.
Singer-songwriter T-Bone Burnett just released his first CD in 14 years. Now 58 years old, he says his perspective has changed.
It's very, very different from the old days when I was a kid and everything seemed threatening. And now it all seems like an extraordinary privilege.
A conversation with T-Bone Burnett, Sunday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Sunday morning on News 91 KVCR, San Bernardino.
Join us this week on A Prairie Home Companion when we come to you from Reykjavik, from the National Theatre of Iceland, with the Fostbreder Male Choir and Iceland's singer-songwriter Didu, Mr. Bill Holm, Howard Levy sitting in with the Guys All-Star Shoe Band, John C. Riley, and of course the news from Lake Wobegon. All this week from the middle of the Atlantic on A Prairie Home Companion.
Saturday afternoon at 3 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Nick Green, a record of 4-2 with an ERA of 4.37. About ready to pitch to Brent Johnson, Young Chi Chen, and then Reed Eastley. Green with 3 quality starts among his 8. He picked up a win last time out, beating the High Desert Mavericks in Rancho. He went 7 innings, allowed 3 runs, 2 of them earned, walked 2 and struck out 4. Pretty good control pitcher in 45 1/3 innings. Green has fanned 37 and walked 14, so almost a 3-to-1 ratio. He's had really one bad start, and that was before his last one. He gave up 7 runs at home to Visalia in 5 innings. First pitch to Brent Johnson, in for a strike. Brent slowly but surely getting that average up right now at 248, but hitting 323 in the month of May. The pitch on the way from Green, on the hands. Johnson pops it up on the right side of the infield. Ryan Leahy, the second baseman, out on the grass, will make the catch. Brent Johnson retired, 1 gone in the first inning. And here comes Young Chi Chen. Nick Green, kid from the state of Georgia. He went to Tift County High School in Georgia. He was a 3-sport star in high school, baseball, basketball, and football, but he wasn't drafted coming out of high school. And as a matter of fact, his own hometown junior college didn't even bother trying to recruit him. The first pitch to Chen is over for a strike. Young Chi hitting 340, couple of homers and 23 runs batted in, hitting 367 at home. And Green's next one is looked like a cutter or a slider on the outside corner, and it's 0-2. So he wound up going to Darton Junior College in Georgia, and he was a 35th round pick of the Angels in 2004. Worked in the Midwest League with Cedar Rapids last year, mostly in relief. Nice big curve, but it just missed a bit inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. He turned down $80,000 to sign with Houston following his freshman year in junior college as Chen hits a little soft liner into right field. Just kind of reached out with the bat and guided the ball the other way. So Young Chi getting a 1-out hit here in the first inning. And the batter will be the designated hitter, Reed Eastley. Houston making him an 11th round draft pick. Well, he turned down $80,000 and ended up signing with the Angels for $1,500. He joined the Cedar Rapids bullpen last year in May, and by late July had become one of their starting pitchers. And over his last 7 starts last year had an ERA of 2.72. First pitch to Eastley, down and in, 1-0 to the left-hander. Reed hitting 272, couple of homers and 17 knocked in. He had a 7-game hitting streak and a 22-game on-base streak snapped on Wednesday night in Lake Elsinore when he came off the bench to pinch hit, popped up for the final out. Green turns, goes to first, a little bit in the dirt. Opposing runners this year have been successful on 6 of 9 steals with Green on the hill, with Mike Collins behind the plate. Opposing base stealers have been successful on 29 out of 37. And Chen, the Sixers' best base runner anyway, Pitch to Easley is outside, so the count to Reed now 2 balls and no strikes. Green with about an 88 to 91 mile an hour fastball, but they say his bread and butter pitch is his changeup, and a lot of people feel that he has the best changeup of any Angels minor leaguer. Fastball to Easley low, 3-0 to Reed. The scouting scale, the scale that scouts use to grade players in different areas, goes from 20 to 80. And one particular scout, I don't know the name, just something I had read, graded Green's changeup as a 70. The pitch into Easley for a strike, 3-1. Has a late hard sink to it. Usually has done well getting ahead of the count. Has a decent breaking ball. Also throws a splitter. And pretty decent mechanics. He goes to first base. Chen is back. Green did not sign with Houston, not because he was looking for more money, but because his junior college, Darton JC, had an opportunity to win a state championship, and he wanted to be part of it. No score in the first. Chen is running. Easley bangs it into right field. Base hit for Reed. Chen will keep on going to third, so the Sixers have runners on the corners with 1 out in the first inning. And now you've got big Mike Wilson. Wilson should have gotten credit for 2 home runs last night because the ball that he hit traveled so far, it almost doesn't seem fair that he only gets credit for 1. He hit that thing so far, it just about knocked the polar ice cap askew. Twice he has hit it into that empty field behind the grass berm and left, and if you are familiar with this stadium, you know that is one heck of a poke. So Willie's first homer since April 18th, gives him 5 this year, 20 RBIs, a .290 average. Quakes will play the infield for 2 as Green with a curveball that missed outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Nick Green, 6'4", 180. He'll be 22 later on this August, so he is in his 3rd season as a professional. Outfield straight away, 1-0 to Wilson. Is a little bit low and outside, 2 balls and no strikes to Big Mike. Sixers not really a home run hitting team, and in fact they are 8th in the league in hitting home runs. Wilson the team leader with 5, and then you have Marshall Hubbard with 4. The pitch from Green swung on and missed, but looked like Wilson may have been just a little bit out in front of it. So the count had 2 balls and a strike. When Green returned to Darton Junior College, unfortunately, they did not win the state championship. They wound up finishing 3rd. And his on-field results really didn't improve for his sophomore year, as there's a strike into Wilson to even the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Said the first day he didn't go in the draft, he was a little bit disappointed, but he was ready to sign. And when the Angels called his name, he jumped at it. 2-2 to Wilson. Green's pitch swung on and missed. A delayed break by Easley, who now stops. They've got him in a rundown. Chen breaking from 3rd. They go back to 3rd, and he is tagged out, and that's kind of a messy way to end the inning. So that was a busted play somewhere, as Easley started a very delayed break from first, put on the brakes. Chen trying to come down the line a bit. They threw behind him to 3rd, and Young Chi never got back to the base. So a promising inning winds up getting cut short, and the Sixers come away with nothing except for 2 hits. So we go to the 2nd tonight, no score.
Andre Rieu is back on PBS with a delightfully romantic concert from Corona, Italy. Join us for this captivating performance featuring the music of Puccini, Strauss, Beethoven, and Rieu's own compositions as we celebrate music and romance in a very special setting. Andre Rieu, live in Tuscany, here on PBS.
Friday night at 8 on KVCR-TV, Channel 24.
Arrowhead Credit Union offers checking accounts with online bill pay. They also have programs and rates for your next home or auto loan. Arrowhead Credit Union, with 25 locations in the Inland Empire to serve you, as well as access to more than 25,000 ATMs. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, you're eligible to join Arrowhead Credit Union and learn more about their rates, friendly service, and convenience. More information is at arrowheadcu.org.
Mel Allen is an artist. He lives for that moment of inspiration.
The act of creation is just a gift. It's such a wonderful experience.
But Allen hasn't had that wonderful experience in a long time. He suffers from what doctors call a fever of unknown origins. Next time on Weekend America, what happens when medicine doesn't come up with miracles? Join us.
Saturday at noon on KVCR, San Bernardino.
No score after one. Ivan Blanco getting ready to work to Rancho cleanup hitter Michael Collins. Blanco with a 1-2-3 first inning, including back-to-back strikeouts to end the frame. Collins hitting .336, having a good year. And he takes a pitch inside that grazed him. Off-speed pitch, so Collins hit by the pitch to start the inning. And Rancho has a runner, a leadoff guy aboard. Quakes losing last night had very few scoring opportunities. They only had 4 hits, and they only had 2 official at-bats with runners in scoring position coming late in the game. That hit batsman is the 6th for Blanco, who takes over the team lead from Bayo. The Sixers pitching staff second in the league in hit batsman. Pat Riley, the hitter, bit of an open stance from the left side, hits a number to the left side of home, picked up by Blanco, throws to first in time for the out. So, in a sense, a swinging bunt. 1-3 on the putout. Collins advancing to second. And here comes Baltazar Lopez. That might be a familiar name to some of you, because Lopez spent last year in Rancho and ended up hitting .258. Missed part of the season. He was a little banged up. Was in the Midwest League the year before. He was signed by the Angels in '03 and comes in hitting .299 with a home run and 8 runs batted in, left-handed. Pitch on the way, fly ball hit into center field, right center. Johnson sliding over, makes the catch, and back to second goes Collins. Just like that, we have 2 outs in the Quakes second, and the batter will be Drew Toussaint. Rancho Cucamonga, in their series with San Jose before they came here last night, they got swept. They hit .291 in that 3-game series, but they only scored 9 runs. And in fact, in the last 4 games entering play tonight, the Quakes as a team were just 6 for 41 with runners in scoring position. Toussaint hitting .203 this year, and the pitch from Blanco is a fastball inside, 1-0. He is hitting .159 in the month of May. And for the year, near the top of the league in strikeouts, Drew has whipped 44 times. That is about 36% of his at-bats. Right-handed hitter, the pitch on the way from Blanco outside, gets behind Brian Schweiger, so that'll advance Collins to third. It'll be scored as a pass ball on the Sixer backstop. So Collins 90 feet away with 2 outs, and Blanco behind in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Drew Toussaint and current Rancho Cucamonga teammate Josh LeBlanc, both out of Southern University, so they were teammates in college. Blanco with an off-speed pitch low, 3-0. The Quakes, in their last 4, have left 34 runners on base, 19 of those in scoring position. Blanco with the 3-0 delivery, and that's outside and low, not even close. So a 2-out walk. The Quakes have runners on the corners without the benefit of a hit. And the batter will be Ben Johnson, the switch hitter, who started at first last night, got charged with a couple of errors. He is in there tonight as the designated hitter. He was 0 for 3 yesterday. Johnson hitting .228 with 2 homers and 13 RBIs. As a designated hitter this year, checking in at .207. So facing Blanco with a chance to give the Quakes an early lead here. Top of the second, 2 outs, runners on the corners, no score. Blanco out of the stretch, and Johnson swings at the first pitch, doesn't get it, 0-1. Sixers have won 3 of the 4 games that Blanco has started, though they have not scored many runs for him. They're averaging under 3.5 runs a game in his 4 starts. So we'll see what they can muster tonight. The strike one pitch is a line drive bullet into right that almost hit Tucson. So the run will score, and the Quakes grab a 1-0 lead here in the second inning. Johnson drives in his 14th. So the pass ball on Schweiger is going to mean, at least for the time being, that run is going to be unearned. You cannot assume that Collins would have scored from second base on that play. So Johnson singles, Tucson at second. And here comes the number 9 hitter, Cody Fuller. Here's a rather interesting tidbit that I discovered today when putting together the media notes. You know that when the Sixers, in their home games, the opposition has scored first 6 times, not including tonight. The 66ers are 6-0 at home when the opponent has scored first. It's a rather odd stat. So the Quakes have scored first. Now the Quakes are 16-4 this year when they get the first run of the game. So Cody Fuller hitting .306, but having a tough May. He's only hitting $150. Right-handed batter, Blanco from the stretch. Right-hander's pitch to the plate in the dirt. 1 ball and no strikes. Blanco's command would appear to be a little bit off here in the second inning. As far as Blanco is concerned, talking about his record in ERA, his last outing was a relief appearance in Stockton, and he was the winning pitcher last weekend. Curveball got the outside corner, 1-1 to Fuller. That was Sunday's game. In that contest, Blanco walked 4 and gave up 3 runs in 3 2/3 innings. His last start, a brilliant one, and that was in Modesto, the very first game of the 9-game road trip. He hit the nuts over 6 innings. The Sixers won the game by shutout. Pitch to Fuller, popped up off to the right. That'll head out of play. So Cody, the number 9 hitter, behind 1-2, with the Quakes leading in the ballgame 1-0 here in the second inning. So Blanco making his 12th appearance. His ERA in his 4 starts, 2.37, and opponents hitting .131. So he has definitely been a more effective pitcher as a starter so far. A pickoff throw to second, a little bit wide. Otherwise, I think they may have had Tucson. Chen came in to take the throw. Blanco's throw was on the second base side of the bag. Had it been a little more down the middle, Tucson may have been out because Drew has a pretty good-sized lead. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Cody Fuller, second-year player who joined the Quakes late last year, made his Cal League debut right here in this park. The 1-2 from Blanco, breaking ball inside corner, strike 3. So Fuller called out on strikes. That is the 3rd for Blanco. Devon with a hit batsman, and then he walks with 2 outs, a guy hitting .203, then a pass ball followed by an RBI single, and the Quakes grab the lead. So 1 run, 1 hit. Rancho winds up leaving a couple of guys on base. We go to the bottom of the second. Quakes 1, Inland Empire nothing.
You wouldn't want your favorite sports team to only play offense or only play defense, would you? Allstate would like you to know they have a plan to combine both home and auto insurance to help serve you. Allstate is there to provide assistance for each client. In Ontario, Allstate agent Sal Ayala Jr. is there for you at 909-984-8528. At Allstate, you are in good hands. Subject to availability and qualifications, Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois. Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the communities of the Inland Empire for more than 50 years with convenient locations. Arrowhead Credit Union offers savings and loan programs and provides members access to over 1,800 service center locations and over 25,000 ATMs nationwide. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, Arrowhead Credit Union can provide you with rates, friendly service, and convenience. Information is available at arrowheadcu.org.
For 60 years, Best Western has provided rooms that fit your budget. When traveling this summer in California, Hawaii, and Nevada, you're invited to participate in the Best Western Hotel Travel Card Plan. and the Baseball Fan Rate, which provides special offers. Experience this summer with the Best Western hotels of California, Hawaii, and Nevada. Information available at bestwesternbaseball.com.
Right-hander Nick Green sporting a 1-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the second. Green making his third road start compared to 6 at home. And here's Tuiasosopo to start things off. Matt takes a pitch low and away. Tui going into last night was 0 for his previous 12 with 8 strikeouts, and then he got 3 hits. A 1-0 pitch is downstairs, 2-0. He'll be followed by Marshall Hubbard and then Eric Monzon. Quakes have generally scored a lot of runs for Green. As Tui is jammed, hits a little blooper to the shortstop. Kind of a line drive / pop-up right off the hands. So 1 away in the second for Marshall Hubbard. Rancho starters have been pitching pretty well of late. Last 10 games, their starting pitchers have an ERA of just over 3.5. The staff ERA in the last 10 is right around 3.25. The Quakes near the top of the league in pitching this year. Green's pitch to Hubbard, in for a strike. Marshall hitting .244 with 4 homers, 19 RBIs. All 4 home runs have been hit here, where he's hitting .300. The wind and the strike one pitch is a fastball outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Rancho Cucamonga coming into play tonight would be 4th in the league in team earned run average. Hubbard hits one off the pitcher Green. It rolls over toward the third baseline. Nick will pick it up, but it'll be a base hit for Hubbard. And it looks like Green is okay. So Marshall singles off the pitcher. And Eric Monzon will be coming up. Sixers now with 3 hits tonight. Green, looking at his splits, has actually had more problems when there has been nobody on base compared to when he's had to pitch with runners on base. There is about a 110-point difference in the opponent batting average. Well, he's got a guy on here. Hubbard 1 for 2 in steals. Monzon hitting .268 with a couple of home runs. Outfield straight away, and Green fires a fastball across the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. Sixers 9 and 8 in the month of May. The Quakes just the opposite, 8 and 9. Inland Empire hitting .284 this month, 13 points higher than they did in April, as Monzon fouls it straight back. That'll land above us, and the count is now 0-2. Last night in the Mariners minor league system, AAA Tacoma beat Nashville 4-1 as former San Bernardino righty Clint Najat got the win. Had a no-hitter through 4 innings. Ended up going 5 innings, gave up 1 hit. Green's pitch upstairs, 1-2 to Monzon. Asdrubal Cabrera had a home run and drove in a couple for the Rainiers. Michael Garcia-Parra had a double and a single, and Greg Dobbs had a home run. Darren Brown's San Antonio Missions got beat 4-3 by Corpus Christi as Monzon fishes for a curveball in the dirt, so he strikes out. Second one for Green, and the second out in the second inning. And here comes Brian Schweiger. Brian coming back home. Went to Fontana High School nearby, and then he went to Cal State San Bernardino. He had been up in Double-A, backing up Justin Ruckte with last year's #1 pick Jeff Clement on the DL. The first pitch to Schweiger is in for a strike, 0-1. Brian had 14 at-bats in San Antonio, a couple of hits, including a double, and 2 runs batted in. Spent a little bit of time here last year, got into 1 game. As Green's pitch is low, gets away from Collins, but not far enough. Schweiger figures to be here for a while because Jeff Clement is going to be out for probably another 5 to 6 weeks. And Luis Oliveros just going up to San Antonio the other day. Schweiger in his 4th year, and Brian drives one off to the right foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes. He was all CIF at Bohai. Graduated from Cal State San Bernardino back in '03. Led the team in home runs and RBIs during his senior year. And, of course, Cal State San Bernardino plays their home games here. 1-2 the count, 1-0 Quakes. Green breaks off a pretty good-looking curveball, but I guess it missed, and the count now 2-2. We're telling you San Antonio lost last night. Jason McIntosh, not the loser, turned in a decent start, 6+ innings, 3 runs. Green's pitch, swung on and missed. Schweiger out on a fastball that was a little bit up and in. So the Sixers retired in the second. They get an infield hit, leave Hubbard, and at the end of 2, it's 1-0 Rancho.
Church's Chicken is proud to be part of the Inland Empire 66ers. With 39 locations throughout the LA and Inland Empire area, there's a Church's Chicken near you, featuring a spicy and original crunchy chicken, crunchy tenders, or spicy chicken sandwich, with side selections of mashed potatoes, corn on the cob, and coleslaw. Need to feed an entire baseball team? No problem. Church's is ready to take your order. Church's Chicken, we've got the crunch.
You wouldn't want your favorite sports team to only play offense or only play defense, would you? Allstate would like you to know they have a plan to combine both home and auto insurance to help serve you. Allstate is there to provide assistance for each client. In Rialto, Allstate agent Todd Hagee is there for you at 909-820-7373. At Allstate, you're in good hands. Subject to availability and qualifications, Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
In an attempt to improve his sliding approval ratings, President Bush made a speech on immigration. But everybody hated him even more after that, so next week the president will announce he's dispatching the National Guard to police the number of items people can bring to supermarket express checkout lines. I'm Peter Sagal. We know what it's like to be desperate for approval. Hear for yourself on this week's Wait, Don't Tell Me, the news quiz from NPR.
Saturday morning at 10 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
We go to the third inning in front of a pretty nice-sized crowd tonight. We had a really good crowd last night for a Thursday, 2,900 or so. 77 degrees at game time tonight, so a couple degrees cooler than last night. And we should be in store for some more nice weather tomorrow. And don't forget, Sunday will be a day game. Speaking of tomorrow night's game will be presented by Reader's Digest. They'll have a Best of America display down in the concourse and also some free giveaways tomorrow night. Freddy Sandoval, the leadoff hitter, grounds it back to Blanco. Makes a pretty nice play going to his backhand, and he goes to first to get the out. Blanco spearing that thing. Sandoval has seen a total of 3 pitches in his 2 at-bats tonight. And now the number 2 hitter, Ryan Leahy, a strikeout victim in his first trip. Leahy hitting .250 going into play. His last game, coming 3 days ago, he was 0 for 3. So he's actually 0 for his last 8 now. First pitch from Blanco is on the inside corner, and the count to Leahy 0-1. Ryan spent some time with the Quakes last year, 39 games in Rancho, 43 games in Double-A for Arkansas. The pitch to him is low and inside, 1 ball and a strike. Hit over .340 in 19 road games for the Quakes last year. He is hitting .182 on the road this year, but he hasn't been with them very long. He slugs one foul off to the left out of play. So the count to Leahy, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ryan went to Boston College. Went to St. John's Prep in Salem, Mass. Signed with the Angels as a non-drafted free agent in June of '04. The pitch from Blanco is low and outside, so the count now 2-2. He was a second-team Big East player as last year at BC. Fell 2 hits shy of the school's single-season record for hits in a season, as the 2-2 delivery is a curveball low and outside. It's basically the same pitch he struck out on in his first at-bat, but this time he didn't go for it. Boston College, of course, not traditionally known for turning out baseball players, as Blanco misses low ball 4, so he has walked 2 and hit a batter of the first 11 he has faced tonight. So Leahy's aboard, and now you've got Sean Rodriguez, one of the better hitters in the Rancho lineup, and one of the better prospects in the Angels organization. number 23 on their list heading into this year. Told you he grew up in Florida, transferred to high schools. Started out at Coral Park High and then went to Braddock High School in South Florida prior to his senior year. Breaking ball to Rodriguez, low and away, 1-0. He was shifted from shortstop to center field to make room for a kid who ended up being a fourth-round pick of the White Sox 3 years ago. Well, Rodriguez wanted to play short, and that's why he changed high schools. He signed with the Angels for $400,000 as a third-rounder. 1-0 Quakes. Pitch on the way is chased and missed. That was down in the dirt. So the count, 1 ball and a strike. There were some scouts that wondered if Rodriguez maybe was better suited to be a second baseman at the professional level. There were others who thought he could actually make a pretty good catcher. But so far he has been mainly a shortstop as Blanco goes over to first. Though he's played quite a few games at second base and third base, and he's also played several games in the outfield in his professional career. Had 14 home runs in the Midwest League last year to go with 29 doubles. There goes the runner. The pitch inside. Schweiger's throw is a beauty. And they get the out at second base. Leahy is nailed. So you score that 2-4. Leahy now 0 for 3 in stolen base attempts. And that'll take care of the walk. Nobody on base, 2 outs. And the Sixers down 1-0 in the third with Michael Collins on deck. Blanco works back out of a windup, and Ivan misses a smidge low, so it's now 2-1. They say that Rodriguez's best tool is a very good arm. Next one is down and in. Well, I guess I was off on the count, and Les next door, the scoreboard showed 2-1, but it was actually 3-1, so that was ball 4 right there. So Blanco with a couple of walks, but fortunately for Ivan, they were able to throw out Leahy trying to steal. So instead of 2 on and 1 out, there's 1 on and 2 outs for Michael Collins, the Aussie, who was hit by a pitch to start last inning and eventually scored an unearned run. He had advanced to third base on a pass ball. Collins invited to big league camp with the Angels in Arizona. They signed him way back in 2001. Blanco from the stretch, and the pitch on the way, inside corner for a strike, and it is 0-1. Read a couple of interesting things on the internet today, and since we have a couple of outs here, I think I'll save it for the bottom of the inning. Outfield just about straight away. Brent Johnson maybe a couple of steps over toward right center as Blanco goes back to first. Sixers pitching at home has really thrived, a staff ERA of 2.87. The starting pitchers at home with an ERA of 3.44. The bullpen just a little over 2.50. The pitch with Rodriguez running, swung on and fouled back into the screen. It appeared that Sean Rodriguez had gotten a decent jump, so I don't know if they would have been able to throw him out or not. The count will hold at 0-2. Rancho Cucamonga trying to snap a season-high 4-game losing streak, which comes immediately on the heels of a 5-game winning streak, also a season-high. They had won 4 straight back in April, and they started the year by winning their first 3. No balls, 2 strikes. Blanco decides to go to first base, not in time. Well, obviously we don't have any numbers on Schweiger, being that this is his first game behind the plate here. We can check out Blanco and tell you that opposing runners have been successful on only 3 of 9 this year. Rodriguez, the runner at first, is 6 out of 9 in steals, and he will draw yet another throw. That one a little close, and Marshall Hubbard thought they had him. So Hubbard visibly upset that they didn't get the out call. Well, we will try it again. 1-0 in favor of the Quakes here in the third inning. Sixers with a win tonight and a Lake Elsinore loss would go back on top in a very wild and wacky South Division that figures to be this way probably all the way to the end. The 0-2 pitch is a curveball that stayed inside. So the count to Collins now 1-2. Mike Collins, 13 multi-hit games this year. 28 runs batted in. That would put him among the league leaders in the California League. And that is just one of a couple of categories where his name pops up. Another throw to first, and again a little bit close, but no cigar. Collins, 8th in the league in hitting. His 28 runs batted in would be the 4th most, and 49 hits coming in. That was also 4th best in the league. Had a 6-game hitting streak snapped last night, went 0 for 4. 1-2, Blanco from the stretch, and the pitch on the way, hit off the hands to third. Monzon will go down to second, and it's in time for the force out. So that'll take care of the Quakes. Blanco able to work out of a couple of walks. 1 runner left at the end of 2.5 innings. It is 1-0 Rancho Cucamonga.
Andre Rieu and the Johann Strauss Orchestra are coming to Southern California for 2 performances. That's Monday, December 4th and Tuesday, December 5th at 8 p.m. at the Arrowhead Pond. Reservations are available now online at kvcr.org or by phone at 800-533-KVCR. That's toll free 1-800-533-5827.
Hi, I'm Martha Green. Looking for a little inspiration in the kitchen? Are you searching for some exciting recipes to wake up your family meals? Then join me for Martha Green's Cooking Things on KVCR. I'll share some enticing new recipes and cooking tips in each program, plus some of my own tried and true favorites.
Martha Green's Cooking Things, weekday mornings at 5:33 and 8:33, afternoons at 4:32 on KVCR San Bernardino.
For 60 years, Best Western has provided rooms that fit your budget. When traveling this summer in California, Hawaii, and Nevada, you're invited to participate in the Best Western Hotel Travel Card Plan and the Baseball Fan Rate, which provides special offers. Experience this summer with the Best Western Hotels of California, Hawaii, and Nevada. Information available at bestwesternbaseball.com.
Quakes right-hander Nick Green, who was voted the Angels Minor League Pitcher of the Month for August of last year, well, trying to win his 5th game of the year, off to a 1-0 lead tonight. 2 of his 4 wins have followed a Rancho loss. Chris Colton, hitting .224, will start things off. Chris, 3 for his last 24, did not play last night. And the pitch on the way, swung on, foul, right back off our booth. That's right. That's why I keep my windows closed. Yeah, I see Bill laughing. Wait till you get one in the head there, buddy. Oh, rookie down there. Next pitch from Green is a little outside. 1 ball and a strike. I was reading in the Seattle Post today, kind of an interesting story about the lack of no-hitters, I guess, in the major leagues as Green's pitch is low and away to Colton. Randy Johnson threw a perfect game 2 years ago, and that was the last no-hitter in the majors. What's kind of interesting about that, as Green gets a strike call into Colton 2-2, would you believe that is the biggest gap in the major leagues in between no-hitters since World War II? The wind and the 2-2 pitch. Colton swings at a letter-high fastball, strike 3. So Green has fanned 3 in a row. And Nick looking pretty good so far. 1 away for Brent Johnson, who popped to second in the first inning. Tim Hudson came pretty close. The Atlanta pitcher threw a 1-hit game earlier this month. His manager, Bobby Cox, feels that the lack of no-hitters has a lot to do with pitching philosophies. In other words, a lot of guys now are just used to going 7 innings. As Green's pitch to Johnson, a foul tip. Brent trying to hold up on a check swing, and the ball evidently made some contact. 0-1. Bobby Cox saying the guys today just aren't used to the pitch counts it would take to get a no-hitter. And then you got smaller ballparks. Curveball is low to Johnson, 1 ball and a strike. Since 2000, there have been only 7 no-hitters, and one of those was a doozy in which Houston used 6 pitchers to no-hit. I think it was the Yankees. The pitch is upstairs to Johnson, 2-1. And Collins will head out from behind the plate to talk to his pitcher. Remember 1990? Now, that was a crazy year. There were 8 no-hitters in 1990. And I believe one night during the summer that year. Fernando Valenzuela, when he threw his no-hitter, that was the same night that Dave Stewart threw one. The 2-1 pitch, Johnson pops it up to the right out of play, 2-2. There were 37 no-hitters in the 1990s, including 4 of the 16 official regular season perfect games in Major League history. Green with the 2-2 to Johnson. Swung on and fouled back. You know, as great as the Braves were in the 90s, guys like Tom Glavine and John Smoltz and Greg Maddux, none of those guys have ever thrown a no-hitter. Don Sutton, a Hall of Famer who never threw a no-hitter, says the guys who throw a lot of strikes and are usually around the plate generally don't pitch many no-hitters, if any. Johnson hits one in the air down the right field line, but that'll slice out of play into the stands. 1-0 Quakes in the third, 1 out, nobody on. Sutton feels it takes a guy like Randy Johnson, who gets hitters to chase pitches and gets a lot of strikeouts, to have the best success at a no-hitter. Nolan Ryan, who had 7 no-hitters, certainly fell into that category, as did Sandy Koufax, who had 4. Johnson pops one up on the right side into shallow right field. It will be, I believe, it's going to be the right fielder, Toussaint, who takes charge at the last second. Leahy and Lopez, the second and first baseman, went out there. And it looked like Leahy lost it in the twilight, but Toussaint was able to pick it up. 2 outs in the third for Young Chi Chen, who singled in the first inning. Bobby Cox, when asked why no-hitters have become so rare, jokes by saying, Nolan Ryan retired and Sandy Koufax got a sore arm. Green winds, pitch on the way. Chen takes on the outside corner, 0-1. Randy Johnson, when he threw that perfect game, was 40. He was the oldest to throw a perfect game. Next one swung on and missed, 0-2 to Chen. And it came 14 years after throwing a no-hitter for Seattle. There has not been a no-hitter in the American League since April of 2002, Derek Lowe of the Red Sox. Chen fouls it back. That's going to land above us. And the current gap in the majors is the longest since Lon Warnke threw a no-hitter for the Cardinals in August of 41, and then Jim Tobin of the Boston Braves threw a no-hitter in April of 1944. Strike 2 pitch to Chen, swung on and popped up to the right. Well, Young Chi's still alive. From 1960 to 1969, there were 34 no-hitters in the big leagues, 31 from 1970 to 79. The strike 2 pitch is outside, gets away from Collins to the backstop. Reed Eastley on deck, goes over to pick up the errant baseball. So 1-2. There were only 13 no-hitters in the 80s, and then, as I mentioned, 37 from 1990 to 99, but only 7 in this millennium. Interesting. Second baseman Ryan Leahy coming in to have a quick word with his pitcher Nick Green. Quakes on top 1-0 on an unearned run. Sixers about hit him 3-1. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Chen. Curveball, a little blooper hit over the shortstop. Rodriguez can't get it, so that's in for a hit. Both of Chen's hits have been little soft bloopers, but they all count. As they used to say, maybe they still do, they all look like line drives in the box score. So a 2-out single puts the tying run on base. And Reed Eastley, who singled in the first inning, climbs in. Reed, with his hit, has now hit safely in his last 10 games here at Arrowhead Credit Union Park. And for the season, Eastley hitting almost 40 points higher at home than he has on the road. But that would more or less mirror the entire team. The Sixers coming into play were hitting 38 points higher at home. Their slugging percentage was about 90 points higher. And their on-base percentage a little more than 30 points higher. Throw to first, chases Chen back. They've hit only 6 home runs on the road and 16 at home. And keep in mind, they played 17 home games and 23 on the road. And yet they've hit well over twice as many home runs at home, nearly 3 times the amount. Green over to first, and again Chen is back. Tomorrow night, radio and internet starting at 7. First pitch 7:11. It'll be Sean Nottingham looking for that first win of 06, 0-3. Right-hander Francisco Rodriguez, 1-3, going for Rancho. The outfield playing Easley to pull as the pitch with Chen running is in the dirt, and Wilson unable to dig it out. Easley heading back to get a little rosin on the hands, I think. So Chen with an uncontested steal. That would be his 16th of the season. And an RBI opportunity for Reed Easley. Reed only has one RBI in his last 11, so we'll see what he can do here. Collins setting his target, and the pitch home from Green is lunged for and missed. So Easley way out in front of it. 1 ball and 1 strike. Reed, looking at his numbers, he's been pretty consistent. Hit .277 in April and batting .277 in May. He drove in 13 runs in April compared to 4 so far this month. He takes a fastball from Green downstairs to run the count to 2 balls and a strike. Interleague play starting tonight. Barry Bonds still stuck on 7-13. He will be DHing this weekend as the Giants are across the bay in Oakland. The 2-1 pitch to Easley. Reed goes for a pitch downstairs. He's been fooled on a couple of them, and the count now 2-2. Let's see if we can find that Giants game in case you are keeping tabs on things. End of the second, and it looks like they are scoreless tonight, Oakland and San Francisco. Easley takes low and outside, 3-2. The Mariners, a 3-1 lead at home against San Diego tonight, and getting their runs on home runs, Sexton, Jose Lopez, and Jojima. Mike Piazza, a home run for the Padres. So all 4 runs in the game coming on the long ball. 3-2 to Easley is low and inside. So Reed draws a walk. He's been on base twice tonight. That means that he would represent the go-ahead run here in the third. 1-0 in favor of the Quakes as big Mike Wilson gets ready to climb in. And Mike Collins, the catcher, going out to have a quick word with Green. St. Louis trying to see if Albert Pujols is doing anything today, or if he did. St. Louis, a 9-6 win over Kansas City. How about that? Albert Pujols hit number 20. He didn't homer yesterday because he had the day off. Scott Spezio started in place of Pujols yesterday, and he had 2 hits and 2 ribbies. First pitch to Wilson outside. Mike a strikeout in the first inning. You know, it's kind of interesting. Pujols became the Cardinals' regular first baseman 2 years ago. And the guys who have started when he's had a day off since then, 21 games total, Wilson swings and misses 1-1. Those replacement guys have hit .370 with 8 home runs and 23 RBI. So even when Pujols has had a day off over the last 2 years, it's almost like he's been in the lineup. Green's 1-1. Wilson a little check swing, roller foul up along first. So he's behind 1-2. Chen at second, Easley at first, Quakes on top, 1-0 in the third. Wilson has hit in 6 of his last 7. He has 9 RBIs in his last 8. You know who went into play today, leading the major league in wins as far as pitchers? How about Kenny Rogers? 7 wins for the Detroit Tigers. You know, Rogers never stood alone atop the Major League leaderboard in wins until he was 39, but now he's done it 2 of the last 3 years. Wilson checks a swing, pitches in the dirt, nice stop by Collins. 2-2 the count, so deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on. Bottom of the third, 1-0 Quakes. Green is going to want another baseball, so the umpire obliges. Sixers have been a pretty good clutch-hitting team this year, the 4th best average in the league with runners in scoring position, as Wilson takes a fastball high 3-2, and that means the runners will get a head start. Chen, the runner, at second, and Easley at first. Sixers kind of perhaps ran themselves out of a potential run in the first inning. The runner's ready to go here as Green looks back at second. Pitch to Wilson is just a bit outside, not by much, and that'll load him up. So you got Wilson at first, Easley at second, Chen is at third, and here comes Tuiasosopo. We have a timeout now as the pitching coach, Eric Bennett, is going to head out to the mound. Every year, Jason Stark, among other things, has a big column when the last player who was on an opening day roster finally gets a hit. And we just found out reading today that former Cal Leaguer and current Oakland utility player Antonio Perez is this year's winner of the last man to get a hit when he got it on Sunday against the Yankee Scott Erickson. He'd been 0 for 24 with 13 strikeouts before that hit, and he even had more at-bats without a hit than any pitcher. So congratulations to the former Jethawk. Tuiasosopo popped to short his first time up. He takes a pitch in at the knees for a strike. Well, let's take a look at Tuiasosopo's numbers to see if he's hit with the bases loaded. He's had 2 at-bats, and he's 0 for 2. The strike one pitch is fouled off to the right, so just like that, it's 0-2. Tuiasosopo could more or less be a poster child for the Sixers, comparing them on the road and at home. He's hitting .413 here and .167 on the road. Green's 0-2 pitch is swung on. Little dribbler hit slowly by the mound. Charging is the shortstop, Rodriguez, and he gets the out. Fine play by the kid. So the Sixers unable to capitalize, albeit their rally started with 2 out and nobody on base. So Inland Empire has stranded 5 runners in the first 3 innings, and they had another guy caught at third base on that busted play back in the first inning. No runs, 1 hit, 3 left. Bill Burns will be with you in a moment as we head to the 4th inning. Quakes 1, Inland Empire nothing.
The first Lazy Boy recliner, introduced in 1928, was a reclining wood slat folding porch chair. It was designed for nature's way of relaxing by following the contour of a person's body, both sitting up and leaning back. Much has changed since then, but one thing hasn't. Every Lazy Boy piece of furniture is still made with quality and comfort in mind. Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery in San Bernardino, Riverside, Victorville, and Ontario Mills.
Oh, the plumber, it must be leaking my drain.
Would you like a moving experience? Well, due to popular demand, Construction Zone Radio has now moved to Saturday mornings at 11 a.m. Our guest this Saturday will be Thomas Martin, the author of More Bang for Your Bucks, an insider's guide to basic financial decisions. Join Matt Levesque and me, Clark Morrow, for Construction Zone Radio.
Saturday morning at 11 right here on KVCR, San Bernardino.
It was another time and another place in American life. It was radio. This is Ted Rothlar, inviting you to join me this week as I Remember Radio for Gordon McRae singing on The Railroad Hour. That's The Railroad Hour, Saturday afternoon at 2, and again, Sunday morning at 4, here on KVCR, San Bernardino, Riverside, as I Remember Radio.
One nothing with the Quakes in the lead here as we head to the 4th inning. Thunderstick day here at the ballpark, and fans enjoying their free giveaway. And the pitch. That one's down low for a ball. Batter to start things off here, Pat Riley. And he is batting from the left side. The next pitch, that's down low for a ball as well. So 1-0 the score. The score coming in the 2nd inning for the Quakes. And that pitch is outside for a ball. And 3-0 is the count. It says 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs on the scoreboard. And the pitch is swung on. Ground ball to the first baseman, Hubbard. He grabs it. He'll touch first base all by himself, and that'll take care of Pat Riley. Baltazar Lopez, the batter. So Lopez stepping up to the plate. Baltazar coming into tonight batting .299 in 18 ball games, 20 for 67 on the season. And here's the first pitch from Blanco. That one is in there for a strike. Polanco off to a good start here this evening. 3 strikeouts so far in the ballgame. And the 0-1. That's a breaking ball that just missed outside. And so far, the catcher, Schweiger, he looks pretty good back there. Nice receiver. And the 1-1. That's high for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. The outfield goes like this for the 66ers. You got Colton in left, Johnson in center, and Wilson in right. We'll get the infield here in just a moment. Here's the 2-1. That one is, looks like off the toe of the catcher Schweiger and goes bouncing off towards the dugout of the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. Got Monzon at third tonight. Matt Tuiasosopo at short. Chen at second base, and Hubbard over there at first. The pitch, that's outside, and that'll be ball 4. So Ronnie Prettyman getting a rare night off. Don't see that too often for Ronnie. So Lopez heads on down to first base, and the Quakes have themselves another base runner here in the ballgame. And that'll bring up Drew Toussaint. In fact, Ronnie Prettyman has played in 39 games, this game being the 41st for the 66ers this year. That pitch is on the inside corner, good for a strike to Toussaint. He walked in his last at-bat, ended up at second base by the time the inning was over. No balls and 1 strike. Well, the 66ers looking for a double play right here. And the pitch. That's a breaking ball, a nice breaking ball, but it didn't break right over the plate. In fact, it looked a little bit high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Would have been a good pitch to throw to try to get a guy to chase for one. But Toussaint did not oblige for Blanco. Blanco working out of the stretch. He deals. And that's a breaking ball. That one gets in there for a strike. That's the pitch you wanted. So that moves the count to 1-2 now. So Toussaint behind in the count. Going to have to be up there protecting. He's all the way in the back of the batter's box, swinging a maple-colored bat. As the catcher, Schweiger, sets up away. Here's the pitch, and that's swung on. That's lifted in the foul territory, and that'll get out of play. About 4 rows back down there, the right field line, towards the bullpen area for the 66ers, or the Quakes. That's actually the Quakes side. So 1 ball and 2 strikes with a runner at first base. Lopez with a small lead over there, and the 1-2. Swung on, jammed. Tuiasosopo's going to charge. No, Monzon cuts in front, grabs the ball, throws on the run, and they got the runner at first base, Toussaint. 5-3 put out there. Now move the runner up to second base. So here comes Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson, a switch hitter. Going to be batting from the left side, whereas number 22 on his back. And he's working with 2 down and a runner over there at second base. Well, the best night for Ben Johnson came back on the 6th of May. Had a really nice night that night. Went 4 for 5. Had 3 doubles and 4 RBIs. He'll take that any day. And the pitch. That is right on the outside corner from Blanco. So Johnson behind in the count 0-1 here. Johnson did not get a hit in last night's game. He went 0 for 3, in fact. Comes into tonight batting .228. He has struck out 10 times in the last 7 ball games. And each time he has struck out in a game over those last 7 games, he has struck out twice. So Blanco out of the stretch, working right in the middle of the rubber. He looks back at second and deals on the 0-1. That's swung on and missed. So now Ben Johnson in a deep count, looking at an 0-2. The worst batting average of the season for Ben Johnson was at 197. He has raised his average up to 228. His 197 average came on the 4th of May. So that very next game, in fact, on the 6th of May, kick-started him towards raising that average as that pitch misses away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. He started off pretty hot, then dipped all of a sudden. Now he's trying to raise the batting average back up to respectability. And the 1-2. That's swung on, that's fouled off down the third base line. That might fall, and it does. right on the pitcher's mound down the third baseline, the pitcher's mound in the bullpen for the 66ers. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ben Johnson. Ben, the DH tonight for the Quakes. He played first base last night in the ball game. So he'll be switching back and forth. A lot of the guys will switch off between first base and DH. The catchers do that as well quite a bit in the California League, between catching and DHing. And now timeout called at the plate. Johnson steps out. He takes time. 1 ball and 2 strikes to him. With 2 outs and runners in scoring position, Brian Johnson batting .300. A 6 for 20 mark. The 1-2. Swung on and missed. There's strike 3, and that's going to take care of Johnson here. Another strikeout under the belt of Ivan Blanco. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's 1-0 Quakes.
Right here, right now, Toyota Redlands, Toyota Redlands.
Toyota Redlands is pleased to once again partner with the California League's Inland Empire 66ers. Toyota Redlands is located at 1139 West Redlands Boulevard with a showroom of Toyota cars and trucks as well as certified pre-owned Toyota vehicles. Open 7 days a week. As part of the local community, Toyota Redlands believes in personal relationships. Information available at toyotaredlands.com.
For some folks, it's a ritual. They buy something on credit. They're so busy enjoying it, they forget to pay it off, and the phone calls begin.
There's a balance on your account of $312. If I don't receive a payment, I'll have no choice but to cancel it as bad credit.
I'm Kai Rizdal. We offer compulsive debtors this advice.
Stop it! Just stop it!
And other tips, too, this week on Marketplace Money.
Sunday afternoon at 1 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
I'm Brooke Gladstone, and on this week's On the Media, why reporting on future disasters creates present-day confusion. Also, the tug-of-war over copyright. Documentarians say the fair use laws aren't so fair. And reports that the government is tracking journalist phone calls. Will it scare off potential whistleblowers? That and more on the next On the Media.
Sunday afternoon at 4 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
We'll go ahead and take a quick look at the California League scoreboard for you. Lancaster and San Jose playing each other. That game being played in Lancaster. And the Jethawks are up in the ball game 8-3. That one in the top of the 5th inning. Stockton up over Modesto in Modesto 3-0. That one in the bottom of the 3rd. Bakersfield and Visalia in a tight one. Bakersfield 3, Visalia 2 in the top of the 2nd. And Lake Elsinore is beating High Desert 4-2 in the bottom of the 3rd. 1-0 the score here. Rancho Cucamonga in the lead. Mike Sager gave you that great stat earlier in the ball game. As the first pitch comes in and Hubbard swings and misses at it. That in 6 ball games, when the visiting team here has scored first, the Quakes have come back to win. Pretty impressive. So a good omen maybe for the evening for the 66ers. The pitch. That one outside as well. 1 ball, 1 strike. To the batter, Marshall Hubbard. And the 1-1 pitch. That one on the outside, good for a strike. Make it 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, you remember what happened last week between Springer and Barry Bonds, Rush Springer? And the 1-2. That's a ground ball up the middle. That might get through. No, grabbing the baseball is Rodriguez. He comes up throwing, but Marshall Hubbard's going to beat it out. It was slow enough for Rodriguez to get to the baseball, but it was just in that position where it was right up the middle, and he fielded on the grass in shallow center field. So really almost impossible for him to get Hubbard out, and Hubbard has 2 base hits here in the ballgame. Well, Rush Springer threw 5 pitches that led to a 4-game suspension. So the suspension was laid out today. And unless it was appealed by Springer, which I don't think it was, he's going to be serving himself a 4-game suspension for hitting Barry Bonds. The pitch. There's a foul ball back to the press box here. Astros manager Phil Garner is also going to be suspended for a game, and he's going to be fined for Springer's actions. If you didn't see it, the Giant slugger Barry Bonds leading off in the 5th inning. Springer's first pitch sailed behind Bonds, drawing a warning from the umpire, the home plate umpire Joe West. The next 4 pitches all came inside, including one that hit Bonds on the bat handle. Next pitch is low and away here to Monzon. on the third delivery for strike one. And then the fifth pitch hit Bonds as he turned to protect himself. So the fifth pitch is the one that got him, but all those pitches up and in from Springer to Berry. And Springer, of course, got ejected, and the Houston crowd applauded as Springer left the field. Foul ball back to the screen. So Springer will be serving a 4-game suspension for his actions. Kind of surprised it's not a little bit more. 1 ball and 2 strikes here. Eric Monzon, the batter. He struck out in his last at-bat. Keep our eye on Marshall Hubbard. He's over there at first base with a pretty good lead. Leading back towards first, though, and the pitch is swung on. Really in on the hands. Popped up to Sandoval. He's into foul territory at third base. Into the coaching box exactly. And he makes the catch. That'll take care of Eric Monzon as he fouls out to the third baseman. And here's Brian Schwager. Schwager making his way up to the plate, batting for the second time here for the Inland Empire 66ers this season. Of course, Mike told you earlier that he was with the 66ers last year. And now a quick toss over. Hubbard goes falling back into first base, basically. He didn't really do much of a dive. It was more of a fallback. Schwager, a right-handed batter. Green sets and delivers, and that pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1. Schwager back in. Nick Green looking over his shoulder, checking first base. He sets high, and the deal. That is in there for a strike on the outside corner. No balls, 2 strikes. Hubbard takes the lead, and now setting and stepping out is Schwager. And we're ready to go again with the catcher. Collins setting up away. There's a curveball, and that is down low for a ball. Collins played yesterday. He was the DH in yesterday's ball game, and he's catching tonight. Michael Collins, the big Australian back there. He's having a fantastic year so far this season, batting .336 coming into tonight. And the next pitch is low for a ball. He has been pretty impressive. One of the fun guys to watch here in the league as he looks into the first base dugout trying to get signs from the pitching coach on what's going to be thrown next by Nick Green. And he'll set up away again. The 2-2 swung on, line drive into center. Fuller moving back a few steps. He'll make the catch. And then going back to first base is going to be Marshall Hubbard, so 2 down. And Chris Colton, who struck out in his last at-bat, going to come up to the plate. 1-0. Quakes in the lead here. Colton, right-handed batter. So Chris Colton coming into tonight with a .164 batting average here at home. Been doing better on the road with a .279 batting average. I'm sure he'd like to get that batting average up here at home because the 66ers as a team do really well here at this ballpark. I'm sure the batter, Chris Colton, would like to join in on the parade of hits. In the month of May, Chris Colton has faltered a little bit. He batted .228 in April, so he hasn't fallen off too much. Not where he wants to be at .216 to start the night here in the month of May. Swings and misses at the next pitch, and he's behind in the count at 0-2. Overall, he has struck out 32 times, something he'd like to take care of, I'm sure. Colton, slight bend in his knee, wiggles the bat, and the 0-2. That's high and away. Collins comes up as if he's going to throw down to first base, but he keeps the ball in his hand. Now, standing out there, Nick Green with the baseball behind his back, looking into Collins. Hubbard with a small lead at first, and the 1-2. That's a breaking ball in there for a strike, called strike 3, in fact. And that's going to take care of Chris Colton. He has struck out twice here this evening, and he took a look at that last pitch right over the plate for called strike 3. 1-0 to score here, and we're going to the 5th inning with the Quakes in the lead.
Each Farmer Boys Restaurant offers fresh food fast and features a variety for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. providing made-to-order meals served directly to the table. Popular menu items include burgers, freshly made salads, specialty sandwiches, and their signature side orders, onion rings and deep-fried zucchini. Drive-through and carry-out service is available. Farmer Boys, fresh food, fast. Father's Rights Legal Office in San Bernardino, helping with child support issues, assistance with wage garnishments, document preparation, and providing attorneys if needed. Information at 909-838-5696. Father's Rights Legal Office, because kids need their dad.
If you want to know what it takes to rebuild New Orleans, call the mayor. If you want to know what it takes to retune New Orleans, call Peter Spring.
I can pick up my tools, I can take my trailer, go down there and just help out. Moving pianos, fixing them, tuning them. You can hear the wah, wah, wah.
I'm Linda Wertheimer, the man who pulls the strings in New Orleans. Plus, the latest news on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Saturday morning on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Go ahead and take a look at the Major League scoreboard as they're taking care of the field here as we get ready to start the top of the fifth inning. And we got interleague play going on, so I guess it's really not AL, NL stuff, but they're actually posting these things by stadiums, and it's AL Stadium, NL Stadium. So we'll start off in the American League stadiums here tonight and get going for you. Florida is at Tampa Bay this evening. They're all tied up 4 apiece. That one going into the 10th inning. And the game tied at 4. In fact, the line score being the same for both teams. 4 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for both ball clubs. So we'll keep you up to date on that one as it progresses throughout the night. St. Louis beat Kansas City 9-6. San Francisco and Oakland just getting going. In fact, Oakland looks like they scored in the 3rd inning, so it's 1-0 there. Oakland in the lead. Seattle is up over San Diego 3-2. That game being played up in Seattle. The White Sox beat the Cubs 6-1. And here's the first pitch in the top of the 5th inning. The batter's Cody Fuller, the center fielder for tonight. And it's 0-1 to him. Cleveland beats Pittsburgh 4-1. And Cincinnati beat Detroit. And that's a good matchup as the next pitch is right into Cody Fuller's back. He'll go down to first base. But Cincinnati beat Pittsburgh by a score of 9-4. So you're up to date on the AL stadiums as interleague play is underway. A lot of people seem to enjoy that. 1-0 the score here. But the Quakes in the lead, and they have a base runner, Cody Fuller, at first base. And that'll bring up the top of the order, Freddy Sandoval. So Sandoval, batting from the left side, lays down a bunt up the first base line. Will it stay fair? It does. Blanco grabs it, throws it to first base. Hubbard grabs the baseball, and they got him. Fuller will move over to second base on the play. Sandoval gets himself a sac bunt, and that's going to go 1-3 in the scorebook, but it was a little bit prettier than just that. Nice play by Blanco, grabbing the baseball that was rolling up the first baseline. He headed into foul territory, threw the ball on the run to Hubbard. Hubbard made a nice catch. So there's one down. Ryan Leahy, the batter, he just struck out swinging and walked. He was caught stealing, in fact, in the 3rd inning. When he walked. Caught stealing, went 2-4 on the play. So runner at second base with one down, and the pitch, that's in the dirt, blocked by the backstop there, Schweiger. It's nice to watch catchers, different catchers come in and out of here. Probably the toughest position to play in baseball. You're always in the game. Got to do a lot of squatting back there. Got to protect the ball from going to the backstop. Not easy. You got to catch the balls coming at you 90 miles an hour sometimes. Next pitch is low, so it's 2 balls and no strikes. On deck, Sean Rodriguez. According to Baseball America, he's the 23rd best prospect in the Angels organization. A look back to second base by Blanco. He throws home, and that one is on the inside corner for a strike. So Leahy taking a look at that one. He has a word or two for the home plate umpire. At least he's looking at him. So I would imagine he's not happy with that last strike call. Blanco holding the baseball behind his back. He'll set, and now timeout's called. And everybody will step off. Blanco will step off the rubber. Leahy will step out of the batter's box. Leahy with this ball club for a short time. Started playing with him on the 25th of April. Here's the 2-1. Looks like a slider down and away. Blocking it nicely with Schweiger. In fact, he had to step a whole yard outside of the batter's box there to make that block. So a nice job by him, showing some good side-to-side range there, blocking baseballs. Brian Leahy, his first game with this club was on the 25th of April. And he has played, tonight being his 13th game with this ball club. Another step by Blanco, and here comes the 3-1. That is right there on the outside corner, right at the knees. Good pitch. Now Blanco has worked his way back into a favorable position. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, the movie The Da Vinci Code's out. Guess it starts today, huh? A lot of buzz around that thing. And as soon as I get myself a day off here, I'm going to make sure I get to the movie theater. I want to see the movie. Don't get too many opportunities to go out to the theater during baseball season. During the off season, do it quite a bit. The 3-2. That's a breaking ball, and that'll be low and away, ball 4. In fact, the last movie I was able to go see was King Kong. Pretty good flick. Not too bad for, the 3rd, 4th, 5th making of it. I don't know how many times they've redone King Kong, but this is probably a pretty good one. So here's Sean Rodriguez. 1930s version? I didn't see that one. No. The new one. The 2006 version. 1-0, Quakes in the lead. We're in the top of the 5th inning. And they got runners at first and second base with 1 down. Sean Rodriguez stepping up to the plate. Rodriguez, the shortstop. That's kind of a funny batting stance. The pitch, and that one is in there for a strike. Bends his knees, but he actually looks like he's sitting down. He has the bat that he holds straight up and down. Doesn't look like the most comfortable batting stance, but to each their own when they're in their batting. The pitch. That's low for a ball, blocked by the catcher Schweiger. Well, Rodriguez, he's had some good games this season. His best probably coming on the 30th of April. Had 4 hits in that ball game, scored 4 runs, got a double and a home run, and 4 RBIs that night. That was against Lancaster. A lot of people beating up on Lancaster so far this season. The 1-1. Swung on, that's lifted into center field. Coming over to try to get to the ball is going to be Johnson. He's going to make the catch, tagging up at second base, and trying to take third is Fuller, and he is going to be safe there. Johnson caught the ball out there in center field, right center to be exact, turned and then threw. So an F8 in your scorebook, and 1 runner moves up to third base, that being Cody Fuller. That'll bring up Michael Collins. Collins was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat. Well, the Quakes wearing their away gray uniforms. They don't have sleeves on them. They're those vested jerseys. And then they wear T-shirts underneath them. Either long-sleeve T-shirts or short-sleeve T-shirts, whichever the player is comfortable with. The away jerseys are gray with blue numbering on them. Blue numbers and letters. Runners at first and third and 2 down. The pitch from Blanco. That's a breaking ball blocked by Schweiger. Well, pretty dangerous throwing that kind of pitch. Third, but I guess you got to stick with your stuff. You can't stray from what you're throwing just because you got a guy on third base and you're afraid one might get away from him. But the way Schweiger's been blocking balls back there, he's been looking pretty good so far in only his first outing with the 66ers. So we've still got a long way to go before we could actually get a book on that guy back there. But he does look pretty sharp as far as his movement. He's been around so far this season, Wisconsin, San Antonio, and now here in the Inland Empire. And, of course, he's comfortable here as he's went to high school at nearby and lives nearby in the off-season. 1 ball and no strikes. Michael Collins came in to score back in the 2nd inning. We were talking about him last inning. He's catching in the ball game tonight. The 1-0. A breaking ball swung on, line drive up the middle. That's going to fall for a base hit. That'll bring home a run. Fuller will score from third. Going to second base will be Leahy. So a single for Collins and an RBI. And another run up on the board for the Quakes. It's now 2-0, Quakes in the lead. That's going to be the 29th RBI of the season for Collins. And the 50th hit for him. That'll bring up Pat Riley. In fact, Collins coming into tonight with 50 hits. He's in 4th place in the California League. He's also in 4th place in RBIs. Here's Pat Riley. Riley batting from the left side, open stance, holds the bat on his back shoulder, and the pitch. Swung on and missed. Well, Blanco has been pitching pretty well. Unfortunately, he's down in the ball game 2-0. Sometimes the things go your way, other times they don't. And that's the nature of baseball. You're going to get some breaks sometimes, and other nights you're just not going to get them. And even though the 66ers are still in the ballgame and only 2-0, the breaks have gone the Quakes' way so far. There's a swing and a miss by Pat Riley. Blanco holds the mid into his chest, looks into the catcher Swagger, and he's waiting for Pat Riley to get into the batter's box. 4 wins on the season for Ivan Blanco. He's come out of the bullpen a few times, then got himself into a starting role due to many injuries on the 66ers ball club. That pitch is high and away. Blanco's victories, one in relief coming against Lancaster this year. That was back on the 13th of April. The other one came in a start against Visalia on the 29th of April. And then on the 9th of May, he got a win against Modesto. And that was in a start as well. The 1-2. Swung on, popped up left field. Colton going back. He's hovering underneath it. He'll put the mid up and make the catch, and that's going to take care of the Quakes here. But they come up with another run. The run that came in to score was actually a hit batter. They had a hit in the inning, and that's all they get. But it's 2-0 Quakes in the lead. We'll be back with more action.
For 60 years, Best Western has provided rooms that fit your budget. When traveling this summer in California, Hawaii, and Nevada, you're invited to participate in the Best Western Hotel Travel Card Plan and the Baseball Fan Rate, which provides special offers. Experience this summer with the Best Western Hotels of California, Hawaii, and Nevada. Information available at bestwesternbaseball.com.
At Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, they're committed to providing your child with advanced care as the only children's hospital in the Inland Empire. From cuts or broken bones to cardiac care and transplants, the medical staff at Loma Linda University Children's Hospital attends to each child with love, concern, and personal attention. Loma Linda University Children's Hospital. Information at 1-800-825-KIDS.
Do you travel on your own or with a group? For many Americans, the comfort and convenience of a Big Bus tour is the easiest and most economic choice. But there's a trick to choosing the tour that's right for you. Hi, I'm Rick Steves. By understanding how large-scale tour companies operate, you'll get the most out of them, and they won't get the most out of you. The pros and cons of Big Bus tourism and your calls on this week's Travel with Rick Steves.
Sunday at noon on KVCR, San Bernardino.
We'll go and take a look at the scores from the National League ballparks. And the Baltimore Orioles beat the Washington Nationals 5-1 in that ball game. Boston over Philadelphia 5-3. And also a final. Mets beat the Yankees 7-6 in their first meeting of the season. Minnesota over Milwaukee 7-1. Minnesota actually comes up with 5 runs in the 8th inning, really to spread out the lead. Houston beat Texas 5-3. Colorado over Toronto right now in the 8th inning. That game is an 8-2 score. Really, 2 teams with no natural rivals, I guess. Colorado being out in the middle of no place. And Toronto, who used to have a natural rival in Montreal, no longer has them. They're down in Washington. First pitch to Johnson to lead things off here. He's in there for a strike. The next pitch from Green, and that's backhanded by the catcher Collins, so it's going to be outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Atlanta and Arizona playing each other, and Atlanta up in the ball game in the 6th inning, 5-4. And, of course, the Dodgers and Angels going at it as there's a foul ball down the third baseline hit by Johnson. And this game just underway at Dodger Stadium. Well, they're in the 3rd inning. And the score is 2-1. Angels in the lead in that one. So we'll keep you up to date on the Major League scoreboard And we keep you up to date here. 2-0. Quakes in the lead. And the pitch from Green. Swung on. A soft line drive into center field. That'll drop for a hit. So the 66ers are in action here with the top of the order getting on. Brent Johnson. Johnson leading things off the right way for the 66ers. That's the way they like to see things get underway for him. In fact, when Johnson leads off, of course he's a leadoff hitter batting in the number 1 hole. But when he leads off in a ball game like he just did here, comes into the night batting .303. 10 for 33 to start the night. So the 66ers will take that any night of the week. Young Chi Chin stepping in. He has a couple of hits here tonight, and really 2 base hits for Young Chi Chin that have not been impressive, but they've fallen in. Just really soft line drives, kind of dinks that get over the head of the shortstop or the second baseman type hits. But hits nonetheless, but Young Chi has been known to scold the baseball as the first pitch is low and away. It's not taking anything away from him. He can definitely put the bat on the ball. Just tonight, he's got what would be called, I guess, a couple of cheap ones. The runner goes from first. The pitch is swung on. A one hopper back to the pitcher, Green. He throws over to second base to Rodriguez. In safely already is Johnson, and the throw goes back to first base, and Chen is out there. So Johnson saved at second. Chen is out. I guess it'd be 1-6-3. And Reed Easley will be the batter. So Reed taking a couple of practice hacks here in the bottom of the 5th. Well, you take a look at what the 66ers have done at home so far this season, and they've really done some amazing things. Coming in with a record tonight of 13 wins and 4 losses here at this ballpark. Pretty impressive. As there's action for the Quakes down in the bullpen. And here's the first pitch to the batter, Easley. He takes that down low for a ball. The 66ers here at home have won 4 of 5 home series and own the best home record in the league right now. 1 ball and no strikes to Reed. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. The 66ers are 6-0 at home in games in which the opponent scored first. Of course, we told you that a little bit earlier. And they're 12-1 under the lights at home, but unfortunately 1-3 during day games. Only got really, I think, 2 or 3 more day games during the season, so not too many of those left. The 1-1 pitch, that's low for a ball. In fact, we got an education day coming up on Tuesday. That's an 11 a.m. start here at the ballpark. Then we got a couple of Sundays left with 2 11 starts left in the year, but I believe one more education day after the next one on Tuesday. 2 balls and 1 strike with a runner at second, and now Johnson calls timeout. And warming up down in the bullpen for the Quakes, number 21, Joe Torres. No action in the 66ers bullpen, so they're going to stick with Blanco to start the 6th inning, which is good. He's been doing well. He's only given up 2 hits, but 2 runs for the Quakes so far, and that pitch is low for a ball. 3-1 with 1 down. This year's 66ers ball club won the first 6 home games before losing April 17th to High Desert. That was the best home start prior to the first loss in the 10-year history at Arrowhead Credit Union Park. Next pitch is outside for a ball, and Easley will head on down to first base, and Easley's been on base every single time this night as he walks here for the 2nd time. He singled in the 1st inning, walked in the 3rd, and walks here in the 5th. So that puts runners at 1st and 2nd base with 1 down, and big Mike Wilson stepping up to the plate. Well, Mike hit 1 mammoth of a home run yesterday, and if he can repeat that feat, that'll be something amazing. One of those home runs, a majestic home run you just love to watch. 5 home runs for Wilson on the season. Nick Green sets high, he delivers, and that pitch is swung on and fouled off to the right. So Wilson behind in the count 0-1 here. The 66ers are 8-2 in 1- and 2-run games at home this year. The team is batting .298 for batting average, .425 for on-base percentage, and .355 slugging here at home. That pitch is swung on and missed. They have 16 home runs here in this ballpark. And they have scored an average of 5.2 runs per game. Team ERA is pretty good here, too, under 3. So the 66ers have been impressive at this ballpark. The 0-2. That's low for a ball. Nice block by Collins. He backhanded it. Pulls the mask off immediately and gets a new baseball from the home plate umpire. So it's going to be 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mike Wilson. Wilson has struck out here in the ballgame. Then he walked back in the 3rd inning. Wilson started off the season striking out a little bit more than he would like. But he's really calmed that down. The 1-2, and that's fouled back to the screen. Wilson has not played too much here in the month of May, but he does have 10 games under his belt, so I can give you a little bit of a barometer. In the month of April, Mike Wilson struck out 16 times, and most of those strikeouts seem to come at the very beginning of the season, the first couple of weeks. In the month of May here, he struck out 8 times. 1 ball and 2 strikes, and here's the pitch. That's a breaking ball away. Looked like a curveball, but it could have had a little slider motion in there as well. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nick Green staring into his catcher Collins. Here at home, Wilson really enjoying himself, batting .379 as he shatters his bat into 3 pieces, and the ball goes foul down the 3rd baseline, and he's going to have to go get himself a new bat. Well, even if Wilson just cracks his bat in half, the fans put up a little roar. They enjoyed that. They've seen him put up big home runs. And now they let out an ooh and an ah after he breaks his bat into 3 or 4 pieces. I don't know how many pieces it's in. The barrel's at one place. I'm sure there's a bunch of splinters down there. You might want to be careful sliding on the grass. 2 balls, 2 strikes. With 1 down, Wilson's got 1 runner in scoring position. He bats .296 with runners in scoring position this year. And he has 15 RBIs, 8 for 27. So looking to drive in a run here, and that's Mike's job. Total of 20 RBIs to start the night. The 2-2. That's swung on a miss. That'll be strike 3, so Mike will take a seat after that one. So 2 strikeouts here in the ballgame for Mike Wilson. And here's Matt Tuiasosopo. We have Matt on in the pregame show. Happy to be back on the playing field after being injured. Matt really enjoying hitting here at this ballpark, batting .413 here. And last night helped in his effort in that with 3 hits last night. So strange how ball players are finicky like that. The pitch, that's swung on and fouled back to the screen. Now they could be comfortable here and not comfortable on the road, and I can understand not being comfortable on the road, but you end up playing the game. Both teams have to deal with the same conditions. No balls and 1 strike. 2-0 Quakes in the lead. There's a breaking ball. Swung on. Line drive into left. This one has a chance to get out of here, and it is off of the wall. Coming in to score is Johnson. Following up right behind him is going to be Easley. There's going to be a play at the plate. The tag by Collins. They're going to check. The umpire says no. He dropped the ball and he's safe. It's going to be a double. Johnson coming around to score. Easley coming around to score. A double for Matt Tuiasosopo off the wall. And man, what an exciting play. The manager for the Quakes comes out to talk to the home plate umpire. I believe the home plate umpire is going to say that Collins bobbled the baseball. Tui actually goes all the way over to 3rd on the throw home. So there's 2 outs with a runner at 3rd base. Well, once the ball gets out into left field, there's 2 white signs out there on the fence. And the ball hit off the white signs. It's kind of hard to tell if the ball was over the fence or not, and you have to look at the left fielder to see what he does in reaction. Noticing that the left fielder was actually trying to chase something down. You know, he would be chasing down with the baseball. You have to assume that the ball was off the wall. And there's going to be a new pitcher brought into the ball game. Quakes' Nick Green is done as the ball game has been tied up at 2 apiece. We'll go and take a break. I'll tell you who the new pitcher is when we get back.
Hi, I'm Martha Green. Looking for a little inspiration in the kitchen? Are you searching for some exciting recipes to wake up your family meals? Then join me for Martha Green's Cooking Things on KVCR. I'll share some enticing new recipes and cooking tips in each program, plus some of my own tried and true favorites.
Martha Green's Cooking Things, weekday mornings at 5:33 and 8:33, afternoons at 4:32 on KVCR San Bernardino.
Andre Rieu is back on PBS with a delightfully romantic concert from Corona, Italy. Join us for this captivating performance featuring the music of Puccini, Strauss, Beethoven, and Rieu's own compositions as we celebrate music and romance in a very special setting. Andre Rieu, live in Tuscany, here on PBS.
Friday night at 8 on KVCR TV, Channel 24.
The first Lazy Boy recliner, introduced in 1928, was a reclining wood slat folding porch chair. It was designed for nature's way of relaxing by following the contour of a person's body, both sitting up and leaning back. Much has changed since then, but one thing hasn't. Every Lazy Boy piece of furniture is still made with quality and comfort in mind. Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery in San Bernardino, Riverside, Victorville, and Ontario Mills.
Nick Green is done. Coming in is the left-handed pitcher, Joe Torres, 6'2", 195 pounds from Kissimmee, Florida. Former first-round pick by the Angels. Big lefty out there, so he's going to come on in and throw the baseball. He has made 16 appearances so far this year. He has a 1-0 record with an ERA of 4. Here's Hubbard stepping in, a left-handed batter against a left-handed pitcher, and that's inside on Hubbard. Hubbard tried to reach his elbow out and let it hit it. It missed the elbow, and the catcher Collins caught the baseball. So Tuiasosopo at third base. He takes his lead. Torres bent over at the waist. Now he sets at the waist. And the 0-1 pitch. That one is swung on a miss. Hubbard couldn't stay in there on that pitch. So an ERA of 4 for the pitcher Torres. He has pitched in 18 innings and struck out 19. So pretty good numbers there. And it's 0-2 here to Hubbard with 2 down and a runner at third. The pitch, swung on, popped up, center field. Fuller dancing around underneath it. He'll back up just a touch and make the catch. So that's going to take care of business here, but the 66ers tie up the ballgame at 2 apiece up the Matt Tuiasosopo double to left field. So we're all tied up at 2. We'll be back with more baseball action.
Join KVCR and Andre Rieu for his tour stop at the Arrowhead Pond of Anaheim this December. The Waltz King and his Johann Strauss Orchestra will perform 2 evening concerts Monday, December 4th and Tuesday, December 5th. Information and reservations are available online at kvcr.org or by phone at 800-533-5827. That's 800-533-KVCR.
Join us this week on A Prairie Home Companion when we come to you from Reykjavik, from the National Theatre of Iceland, with the Fostbreder Male Choir and Iceland's singer-songwriter Didu, Mr. Bill Holm, Howard Levy sitting in with the Guys All-Star Shoe Band, John C. Riley, and of course the news from Lake Wobegon. All this week from the middle of the Atlantic on A Prairie Home Companion.
Saturday afternoon at 3 on KVCR San Bernardino.
Next time on Austin City Limits, singer-songwriters John Prine.
Gonna be a long Monday, stuck like the tick of a clock that's come unwound again.
And newcomer Amos Lee.
Maybe I've seen it all before.
Saturday night at 9 on KVCR TV, Channel 24.
Well, Matt Tuiasosopo on the season with getting those 2 RBIs. This is the 6th time this season Matt has got 2 RBIs in a ball game. He has never got more than that, but still, take that every single night. So 6 times this season, Matt has gotten 2 RBIs in a game. First pitch to the batter, Baltazar Lopez, misses away. Ivan Polanco still in there pitching, and John Lockwood throwing in the bullpen for the 66ers. We're all tied up at 2. That pitch is in the dirt.
And Swagger grabs the baseball, throws it back to the pitcher, and actually, here comes Scott Budner out of the dugout. Budner sees something immediately. With only a couple pitches thrown by Blanco here in the 6th inning. And Budner, always right on top of things. He'll get out there immediately if he sees something. So Budner heading out there to take care of business with Ivan Blanco. And in the meantime, I'll tell you about this. After more than a decade, baseball's building period seems to be coming to a close. Looks like there are plans for new ballparks in Minneapolis, Washington, and New York. But once those are done, it seems that construction in Major League Baseball will come down considerably. That would be nice to see those 2 ballparks in New York go up, and there's a little bit of a battle going on over that. The 2-0, that's high for a ball. One, the Yankees, the other, the Mets. One's trying to outdo the other. And it looks like the stadiums are going to be done right around the same time. The 3-0. That pitch is ball 4. So Baltazar Lopez takes a walk down to first base. And I'm wondering if they're looking for Lockwood to warm up a little bit faster down there. Well, since Camden Yards opened in 91, 15 other ballparks have opened. All that will remain from the old handful of ballparks, of course, there's going to be Wrigley Field, Fenway Park, and Dodger Stadium. Those are the only ballparks left that really won't be changed. Here's the batter, Toussaint. Now Blanco steps off. The new ballparks saw an immediate spike in attendance, of course. Every time a new ballpark goes up, a lot of people end up going to the ballpark and checking things out. There's a swing and a miss. Even better, the crush of fans help the downtown areas of those ballparks, wherever those ballparks are in, help provide some urban renewal and in turn spark more building and other new businesses around the area. So usually within the first 5 or 6 years of a new ballpark being in an area, everything seems to go crazy. They build more new businesses in the area, a lot more fans in the area, so basically a lot more money generated. That pitch is in there for a strike, or actually swung on a miss for a strike. A team like the Indians, they timed it pretty good. When they went into their new ballpark, they actually had a ball team that was ready to win baseball games as well. And that's what teams try to do. They try to get winning baseball teams together with their new ballpark and have it all combined for one big money revenue stream. There's a foul ball down the third baseline. Indians did it just like you're supposed to. Other teams try to do it. When the Indians began to experience a drop-off in play as players got older or left during free agency, the string of consecutive sellouts came to an end for the Indians. Just 3 seasons after drawing $3.4 million to Jacobs Field. And there's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. In 2000, the 2003 Tribe saw its gate cut almost exactly in half to $1.7 million. No balls and 2 strikes here to Toussaint. Johnson on deck. Not every club learns their lesson, though. Example, the Milwaukee Brewers, they drew $1.5 million in the final year 2000 at County Stadium. Toss over to first base, back in safely, Lopez. And then they doubled their figure at $2.8 million when Miller Park opened the next season. Just as quickly, the product on the field was not ready, and very quickly after that, the attendance dropped with the new ballpark, and you can't have that. Pitch misses high for a ball. Pittsburgh Pirates going to do the same thing. Cincinnati Reds were not good when they opened up their ballpark. Got to have good teams to follow up with the ballparks, and you get yourself some revenue for years to come off of it. The 1-2. That's a breaking ball swung on. That's going to be fouled off at the plate. So it looks like all the building's going to come to an end. And like I said, the stadiums that look are going to stick around. Of course, Wrigley Field, Fenway Park, and Dodger Stadium. And Dodger Stadium being one of the newer facilities. I mean, they're not quite as old as Wrigley Field and Fenway Park. Dodger Stadium, I believe built in the 60s. And I'm sure Mike Sager would know exactly what year he'd be a big Dodger fan. He says he does. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch. That's inside, and man, that hit right off the elbow of Toussaint. So he's going to take a walk down to first base. Now put runners at first and second base. I'm going to take a swipe here what year Dodger Stadium went up. Mike, help me out here. Give me the thumbs up or the thumbs down. 62? No. I must have struck out on that one. We're all tied up at 2 apiece. And Ben Johnson will be the batter. Ben Johnson, a switch-hitting batter. Now the manager, third base coach, coming down and talking to Ben. Bobby Mitchell over there. So he'll hustle back to the coaching box. And we have runners at first and second base with nobody out, so more than likely that little conversation was about laying down a bunt. And we'll see if Johnson does just that. All tied up at 2 apiece, but the Quakes threatening to break it open here, or at least break the tie. Now timeout called by the catcher, Swagger. He wants to go through another set of signs with Blanco. 2 hits for the Quakes, 7 hits for the 66ers here in the ballgame, and now look back as Tuiasosopo sneaks in behind the runner at second base, Lopez, but no throw from Blanco. Now Monzon comes in from third base. He goes through a set of signs, telling them what kind of bunt defense they're going to use, if indeed a bunt is put down here in this situation. And Blanco wants another confirmation on it. Monzon actually comes in and tells him verbally. So Johnson, this season, does not have a sacrifice under his belt. So if he does indeed lay it down, this will be the first of the year for him. If he's successful, that is. Now another peekaboo play by Tuiasosopo. He lays on the tag to Lopez, but Lopez back in safely. Matt sneaking in again. And now one more time, Monzon's going to go through a set of signs. Blanco will get close and... Well, no, Monzon's actually just going to talk to Blanco. And the rest of the infield taking a look at Monzon. They want to know what's going on. You'll see signs coming from the third baseman and from the catcher. And there goes Monzon. He's going to tell the rest of the infield what's going on with the signs that he goes through. The catcher gives signs. The third baseman will give signs on the defense. Sometimes it'll come from the dugout and the pitch. Now it's swung on and missed. So no bunt shown there by Ben Johnson. And now he's behind in the count 0-1. Now the third base coach, manager, he'll go through a set of signs. So signs going every place. Signs, everywhere is sign. That was a song at one time, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. The set by Blanco. He deals. And bunt shown this time, and the ball is bunted back to the screen. So a foul ball. And that'll make the count 0-2. So more than likely, Johnson not going to be trying to lay down a bunt in this situation. We're in the top of the 6th inning here in this ball game. Mitchell claps his hands together down there in the third base coaching box. Johnson getting ready to step back in. Well, Blanco needs to work out of this one. If he could work out of this, and the 66ers can score in the bottom half, Blanco will be up for a victory in the ballgame as that pitch misses wide. So another victory will be under Blanco's belt, if indeed that can happen, if the 66ers can go on and win the ballgame. Johnson has struck out once here in this ballgame, and he's behind in the count 1-2. There's a swing and a line drive into right center field. Moving over to try to get the ball is Wilson. He has it. The tag up by the runner Lopez. Here comes the throw. A head-first dive, and the ball is caught underneath the runner, and it goes bouncing off his blacking up the third base is Blanco. So safe is Lopez. It was a nice throw by Wilson. It was right on the money, but it went right underneath the runner Lopez. And it rolled off of him and into foul territory. Toussaint stays at first base, and that's going to be the first out here in the inning. And F9 in your scorebook. And Cody Fuller's the batter. Cody was hit by a pitch, and here comes Gary Thurman. That's probably going to be it for Blanco indeed. He's going to go ahead and go down to John Lockwood. Lockwood warming up down at the bullpen. So we're going to have a little change in the action here. We'll take a 2-minute timeout. We're all tied up at 2 apiece. We'll be back.
Right here, right now.
Toyota of Redlands is pleased to once again partner with the California League's Inland Empire 66ers. Toyota of Redlands is located at 1139 West Redlands Boulevard with a showroom of Toyota cars and trucks as well as certified pre-owned Toyota vehicles. Open 7 days a week. As part of the local community, Toyota of Redlands believes in personal relationships. Information available at toyotaofredlands.com.
At Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, they're committed to providing your child with advanced care as the only children's hospital in the Inland Empire. From cuts or broken bones to cardiac care and transplants, the medical staff at Loma Linda University Children's Hospital attends to each child with love, concern, and personal attention. Loma Linda University Children's Hospital. Information at 1-800-825-KIDS.
The first Lazy Boy recliner, introduced in 1928, was a reclining wood slat folding porch chair. It was designed for nature's way of relaxing by following the contour of a person's body both sitting up and leaning back. Much has changed since then, but one thing hasn't. Every Lazy Boy piece of furniture is still made with quality and comfort in mind. Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery in San Bernardino, Riverside, Victorville, and Ontario Mills.
Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the communities of the Inland Empire for more than 50 years with convenient locations. Arrowhead Credit Union offers savings and loan programs and provides members access to over 1,800 service center locations and over 25,000 ATMs nationwide. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, Arrowhead Credit Union can provide you with rates, friendly service, and convenience. Information is available at arrowheadcu.org.
John Lockwood into the game for the Inland Empire 66ers. We're all tied up at 2 apiece with runners at first and third, and the batter's going to be the bottom of the order. Cody Fuller will be stepping in. Well, kind of a strange night for Blanco. And check out his line. He pitched 5 1/3. Gave up 2 runs, one of them being earned. He gave up only 2 hits, walked 5, hit 3 batters, and struck out 4. It's one of those odd nights where you don't know how a guy stays in a ball game. And it's tied up here, and of course the Quakes threatening to score, but to actually keep the score this low, with those many walks and that many hit batters, it's kind of strange. So Blanco working a little bit of magic out there, maybe a little hocus pocus. Somehow he comes out of the game being tied, and of course those runners at first and third belong to him, so if they come around to score, they'll go towards Blanco's runs given up for the night. So Lockwood into the ball game, coming in with a 3-1 record, a 3.72 ERA. Pitched in 29 innings so far this year, given up 20 hits. Has given up 12 runs. They've all been earned. He's given up 2 home runs this year. Has walked 18 and struck out 27. In his last appearance, he made it on the 16th against Lake Elsinore. He pitched in 2 innings, struck out 3. So here we go, with 1 down and runners at first and third. The pitch, that is in there for a strike to start things off to Cody Fuller. Now the batter, Cody Fuller, was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat. Toussaint is over there at first base. Kind of keep an eye on him. See if he's going to try to steal a base. He has stolen 1 base so far this year, but he's set up pretty nicely here in this situation, and Lockwood throws over to first base. And Toussaint back in safely. Toussaint has stolen 1 and has been caught once. Schwager looking into the dugout, trying to get a sign from probably Budner, I would imagine. Maybe Gary Thurman gives the signs down there to the pitcher. Lockwood shaken off a few times as Schwager goes through the signs. He looks over his shoulder and deals. That pitch is inside, and that hits the batter. Cody Fuller got hit in the shoulder, and there have been 4 batters hit by pitches here by 66ers. And that is the second time Fuller has been hit. And these guys are going to be black and blue tomorrow. So we go up to the top of the order with the bases loaded for Freddy Sandoval. So 4 hit batters here, 3 by Blanco and 1 by Johnson. Just kind of strange night all the way around. Open stance for Sandoval. Has a loose grip on his bat. You can see it wiggling in his hands. The pitch. Swung on. Line drive into left. Colton coming on strong. He dives. He makes the catch. He rolls. Tagging up and coming home is the runner, Lopez. And it's going to be cut off by Tuiasosopo. Scratch that. Monzon, I believe, has the baseball. Yeah, it's Monzon with the ball. But the run comes in to score. And if I'm the 66ers, I try to see if the runner, Lopez, actually tagged up or not. He seemed to leave awfully early. Colton making a great catch out there. Got to try to get that out over there if you can. So I'm going to wait to put it in my scorebook and see if the 66ers actually try to do it. But it's 3-2 right now in favor of the Quakes with runners at first and second and 2 down. And man, Lopez really took off. Guy's got some wheels over there. He came home awfully fast. Colton's catch, he dove towards the left field line, kind of did a tumble catch. Very impressive. And now they're going to go and pitch the next batter, and that's lined out of play. So Lopez comes in to score. And the runners at first and second stay where they're at. And it's a sac fly in the scorebook for Sandoval. No balls and 1 strike to Leahy. Now Lockwood steps off. Well, Leahy with runners in scoring position this year, batting .250. But with runners in scoring position and 2 down, he's batting .333. Right-handed batter. And here's the pitch by Lockwood. That's a breaking ball. Swung on, fouled out of play. So it'll be 0-2 here. And Lockwood doing a nice job of working ahead in this at-bat with Ryan Leahy, the batter. Leahy has walked twice here tonight. Lockwood taking a deep breath out there on the mound as Leahy wipes his brow and retightens the batting gloves. Well, fans enjoying their thunder sticks out here at the ballpark, clapping them together. Let's see kind of a mini sea of white out there, moving back and forth. Fun night out here at the ballpark. Here comes the 0-2 with Lockwood with a high set. The pitch, swung on and missed. It's in and out of the glove, and actually the ball was fouled, says the home plate umpire. So we'll have another chance here with the 0-2 pitch coming up. Still marveling at Colton's catch out there. Very nice catch. In away games, Ryan Leahy batting only .182 so far this season. Not the most impressive thing. Sure he'd like to get that up. But coming into the night overall batting .250. So not horrible. He calls timeout, steps out, and Lockwood bent over at the waist, holds the baseball in his right hand. Schwager throwing down the signs. And the delivery on the 0-2. A breaking ball swung on, and that's going to be a ground ball foul up the third baseline. One of the gentlemen from the 66ers bullpen will retrieve it and throw it into the stands. Versus right-handed pitching, Ryan Leahy batting only .176. He really likes hitting off lefties. Batting .316 against left-handed pitching. Oh, runners at first and second with an 0-2 count and 2 down. The pitch. That is just outside. So it's going to be 1-2 now to Ryan Leahy. He struck out in the first inning. Total of 7 strikeouts on the season for Ryan. Here's Lockwood looking over his shoulder and dealing. That is inside. That almost got away from Lockwood. Would have been another hit by pitch if Leahy did not get out of the way. That would have been the 5th one. Probably approaching some kind of record here. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 3 runs on 2 hits for the Quakes. 2 runs on 7 hits for the 66ers. Lockwood shakes yes to the sign. Looks back at second and deals on the 2-2. That is inside. And called strike 3. Whoa! Well, the 66ers will take it, but bent over at the waist and wondering what the heck that was. Is the batter Ryan Leahy. He is still standing up at home plate, and he throws the bat away.
And he throws his helmet away, and he's going to go ahead and take the field here. And the Quakes have taken the lead. It's 3-2. We'll be back with more baseball action.
More than 100 great writers name their choice for the best American novel of the last quarter century.
One way to read this survey is to say, maybe we don't have a great American novel, but we may have a great American novelist.
Who is it? Tune in Saturday to All Things Considered from NPR News.
At 5 p.m. on News 91 KVCR, San Bernardino.
Singer-songwriter T-Bone Burnett just released his first CD in 14 years. Now, 58 years old, he says his perspective has changed.
It's very, very different from the old days when I was a kid and everything seemed threatening. And now it all seems like an extraordinary privilege.
A conversation with T-Bone Burnett, Sunday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Sunday morning on News 91 KVCR, San Bernardino.
Father's Rights Legal Office in San Bernardino understands that children need their dad, specializing in custody, visitation, DA issues, and help to reduce child support payments. Information at 909-838-5696. Father's Rights Legal Office, because kids need their dad.
(3-2) the score with the Quakes in the lead as we head to the bottom of the sixth inning. Mike Sager just stepping into the booth and letting me know that last year the 66ers actually broke the record and hit 109 batters last season. This season already, and this being the 41st game, the 66ers have hit 35 batters. They're definitely on pace to break their own record. It's going to be Eric Monzon to lead things off here. And don't be surprised if a little repercussion comes the 66ers' way. Here's the pitch from Torres. That pitch is inside, and it does. Spins Monzon right out of the batter's box. Well, that's how baseball's played, folks. You hit our guys, we'll hit yours. Got to protect your fellas out there. And Monzon right back in the box, and here's the 1-0. And that one is swung on a soft ground ball. Third baseman ranging to get it. Sandoval comes up, throws on the run, and that's going to be it for Monzon. 5-3 putout, and there's one down. Brian Schweiger will be the batter. 0 for 2 is Schwags. That's what they call him down in the clubhouse. Guy is here for 2 days, and he already has a nickname. Pretty much part of a baseball tradition. You step into a clubhouse and you have a nickname already. So Schwag stepping in. I'm sure that's been with him a lot longer than the 66ers have given him. Just here in those last 2 days. I'm sure he's been called that for a while. But it gets around the clubhouse pretty quick. First pitch on the outside corner, good for a strike. Here's the 0-1 from the lefty. That one is way outside. Well, the Sacramento River Cats, AAA ball club for the Oakland A's, drew their 5 millionth fan in their history on Thursday night, last night. And the 1-1, that is on the outside corner. And they become what is to believe the fastest team in history in minor league baseball to draw 5 million fans. Now, they opened up in 2000 there. The 1-2, that one is just outside. A Natomas resident, just outside of Sacramento, Nina Muma, was the lucky fan. She received the royal treatment from the River Cats. That pitch just swung on and fouled away. She got to ride around the warning track in a convertible Corvette. She got to throw out the first pitch at the River Cats ball game. And her friends and family got to enjoy field-level seats and free food all night long. Pretty darn spiffy. Here comes the 2-2 to Schwags. That pitch is a breaking ball that misses low. Nina also won a free trip for 2 to Hawaii and a free River Cats ticket for a year, so she'll get season tickets for the season. I believe we have the 1 millionth fan coming up here soon at this ballpark, and that's going to be a big celebration. That's ball 4 to Schwags, so he'll take a walk down to first base. One of the big promotions we have going on this year at Arrowhead Credit Union Park. The 1 millionth fan. Reader's Digest will be out here tomorrow night.
And they have a bunch of goodies going on, so come on out to the yard tomorrow night. Reader's Digest will have all kinds of things for you. Here's Colton, number 9 hitter in tonight's lineup. And the set by the lefty he deals. And that pitch is swung on and missed. So Brian Schwager over there at first base. Probably not much of a threat to steal. And we have an attendance figure. 5,963 people here in this ballpark tonight. Pretty good. It is pretty packed. So Colton standing in the box, waiting for his next pitch. Here comes the 0-1 from Torres. That pitch is outside for a ball. Torres has been missing outside a couple of times here. Ended up walking Schwager. And now he throws the ball outside to Colton. It's 1-1 here at Colton. You can just kind of tell Torres' release is a little bit off. It's the third pitch he's thrown that far away. The pitch. That is high and away. And now the catcher Collins is going to go out and talk to Torres. Collins going to try to fix the situation before the pitching coach actually has to come out of the dugout and try to rearrange what Torres is throwing. So Collins done talking to Torres, and they'll go back to work here. Collins, pretty big kid, 6'3", 215 pounds. Funny seeing a big guy like that squat behind the plate. The 2-1 swung on, and that's fouled back. So that'll make it 2-2. 3-2 score, Quakes in the lead. 66ers with a 13-4 home record. They don't want to let one more loss go up on the board, so they're going to have to come back in this ballgame. The first baseman playing off the bag, Lopez. And the pitch swung on, a soft ground ball over to second baseman Leahy. He flips to short for one. He can't get it out of his glove. Rodriguez has a hard time getting out of the mitt, but they get the out at second base. So Schwager is out on a 4-6 put out. And that is the second out here of the inning. Colton's on with a fielder's choice. Brent Johnson will be the batter, so we'll go all the way to the top of the order here with 2 down. Torres adjusting his cap on his head. And he's ready to go, waiting for Johnson to get into the batter's box. Now Colton takes the lead from first. Kind of strange that Lopez in the same position as he was with Schwager over there. Now a toss over, and I see what Lopez does. He kind of hops back onto the bag when the throw goes over there. Kind of a strange play. Don't see too many first basemen hold on runners like that. I guess it puts you in better position once the pitch is thrown. A long hold, and now another toss over. Colton back in safely. But I would imagine it would give the runner at first base a little bit more advantage to get off the bag. Maybe give him another half step or so. And everything counts. Believe me, when you're running down to second base, you need as much as you can get. Johnson, a right-handed batter. Another toss over there. So Lopez will play about maybe a foot or so right off of first base. And he'll be ready to move right back onto the bag. Yeah, it's probably a good 3 feet now that I take another look out there at Lopez. And Colton's off probably 6 feet or so from first. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. And Colton's got some wheels. So he could run if he wants to. Really probably waiting to get a sign. He has 4 stolen bases this season. First time Colton's been on base here tonight. He struck out twice before he reached base just right now. Action in the bullpen for the Quakes. And the 0-1. That pitch is inside for a ball. Move the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Johnson looking down at Gary Thurman. Tightens up the gloves. Now he's back in the box. The set, and now another toss over. A beautiful day here in the Inland Empire. Very comfortable. At game time, 77 degrees. Slight breeze, 12 miles an hour to start things off. Looks like it might be kicking up a little bit stronger than that right now, just by eyeballing the flags. And here comes the 1-1. That pitch is outside for a ball. Well, Collins kind of has a little bit of a slide as he moves outside to catch a baseball. His mitt just keeps going away with him on the outside pitch. It's hard to get a call if you're going to try to steal one from the umpire if you keep doing that. And I've noticed him do that a few times here this evening on a pitch outside. He just kind of keeps going with it. The 2-1. Now one gets away from Collins, goes all the way back to the backstop. It's actually going to be a wild pitch. So Colton will go into second. Johnson looking at a 3-1 count now. So base hit for Johnson will bring a runner home more than likely. With 2 down, Colton will be on the run as soon as the ball is put into play. Well, with runners in scoring position and 2 down for Johnson, he's batting .263 this season, 5 for 19. He has 6 RBIs. So he'll be looking to get another one here in this situation. Total of 10 RBIs on the season for Johnson. And that pitch is high for a ball, so he won't have an opportunity to drive in a run. But he'll be on base for the second time this evening. So walk for Johnson. That's his first walk of the night. His 18th walk of the season. And here comes the manager for the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, Bobby Mitchell. And I think he's probably going to go down to the bullpen. He's looking down there, and he does make the call. So we got a new pitcher coming into the ball game with 2 down and runners at first and second for the 66ers. We'll tell you who the new pitcher is when we get back.
Singer-songwriter T-Bone Burnett just released his first CD in 14 years. Now 58 years old, he says his perspective has changed.
It's very, very different from the old days when I was a kid and everything seemed threatening. And now it all seems like an extraordinary privilege.
A conversation with T-Bone Burnett, Sunday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Sunday morning on News 91 KVCR, San Bernardino.
Join us this week on A Prairie Home Companion when we come to you from Reykjavik, from the National Theatre of Iceland, with the Fostbreder Male Choir and Iceland's singer-songwriter Didu, Mr. Bill Holm, Howard Levy sitting in with the Guys All-Star Shoe Band, John C. Riley, and of course the news from Lake Wobegon, all this week from the middle of the Atlantic on A Prairie Home Companion.
Saturday afternoon at 3 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the communities of the Inland Empire for more than 50 years with convenient locations. Arrowhead Credit Union offers savings and loan programs and provides members access to over 1,800 service center locations and over 25,000 ATMs nationwide. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, Arrowhead Credit Union can provide you with rates, friendly service, and convenience. Information is available at arrowheadcu.org.
New pitcher Frederick Deloizaga-Carney into the ball game for the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes. He's still out there throwing his warm-up pitches. We'll go ahead and go down his line, see how things have been going for him this year. He has 1 win, 2 losses, 3 saves on the season, a 4.21 ERA. This will be his 16th game pitching. He's thrown 25 and 2/3 innings, giving up 28 runs, has a 275 against average. That's what other teams are hitting against him. Has given up 14 runs, 12 of them earned. Has given up 1 long ball, walked 16, and struck out 20 this year. So 20 strikeouts in 25 and 2/3 innings. Last time he pitched was on the 17th against San Jose, so just the other night. And he took the loss in that ball game. Pitched 2 1/3 innings in the game. Gave up 3 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. So the 66ers have an opportunity here to get a run, as this guy is coming off a bad ball game for himself. Pitching in that 2 1/3 and giving up 3 hits and 3 runs. And the batter is going to be Young Chi Chen. Well, Chen likes to hit in these situations. He likes to drive in runs and get on base. 23 RBIs for Young Chi. There's a couple of hits here tonight. The crowd starting to get riled up here, enjoying the night. They're starting to go crazy on a Friday. So Deloizaga taking his time, and now he's looking back at second base. It looked like he might have been doing a little bit of a prayer before he starts pitching. Young Chi Chin in a big situation here. They don't want the 66ers do not want to let this situation slip by them. They have a runner in scoring position. You never know when those are going to come up again. So Chin ready to go. So's the crowd. They're getting rowdy. All 5,963 of them. Here's the set and the pitch, and that is right down the middle at the knees, and Young Chi Chen wants to take a look at Deloizaga to start things off. And Deloizaga awfully long. 6'3", 215 pounds. Man, you look at him out there on the bump, it looks really big, and that pitch is way inside. Chen goes bailing out. Now, you look at Deloizaga out there, you would probably think he's a little bit taller than 6'3". I don't think the 66ers have one pitcher that's under 6 foot. In fact, no, I look at the roster and they don't. A high set, a couple looks at second, and the pitch. Swung on, ground ball to the third baseman. He lays it, throws to second base, and they got him. So the Quakes get out of trouble here, and a nice play by the third baseman, Sandoval. He just picked it over there, nice little ole. And that takes care of business for the Quakes, and the 66ers are down here, and they are down in the ball game. 3-2 to score. We're going to go to the 7th inning, and Mike Seger will be back in the hot seat.
Right here, right now, Toyota Redlands, Toyota Redlands.
Toyota of Redlands is pleased to once again partner with the California League's Inland Empire 66ers. Toyota of Redlands is located at 1139 West Redlands Boulevard with a showroom of Toyota cars and trucks as well as certified pre-owned Toyota vehicles. Open 7 days a week. As part of the local community, Toyota of Redlands believes in personal relationships. Information available at toyotaofredlands.com.
Hi, I'm Scott and I am a nursing major at San Bernardino Valley College. Valley College has given me the opportunity to realize my goals and aspirations to someday become a registered nurse. I have received so much help from a number of people from different offices on campus, and I am grateful for everything they have done for me. Because of Valley College, I can continue on to pursue a master's degree in nursing at a 4-year university.
Enhancing your life with quality education.
Hi, I'm Martha Green. Looking for a little inspiration in the kitchen? Are you searching for some exciting recipes to wake up your family meals? Then join me for Martha Green's Cooking Things on KVCR. I'll share some enticing new recipes and cooking tips in each program, plus some of my own tried and true favorites.
Martha Green's Cooking Things, weekday mornings at 5:33 and 8:33, afternoons at 4:32 on KVCR San Bernardino.
We have completed 6 tonight. What a great play by Quakes third baseman Freddy Sandoval. Man, young Chi Chen hit that thing about as hard as he can, and Sandoval saved a run. So the Quakes leading 3-2. It's really an odd game tonight. Rancho Cucamonga has been held to 2 hits through 6 innings, but it's been about as sloppy of a 2-hitter as you're ever going to see. Had a total of 4 Rancho batters get hits, and add to that 6 walks. And of the 3 Rancho runs, the last one scored by a batter who reached on a walk. That was a leadoff walk last inning. Cody Fuller in the 5th inning, hit by a pitch to start the inning, eventually scored. And Mike Collins leading off the 2nd, hit by a pitch and scored. Less motioning that there appears to be a change. Jack Arroyo, I think, is in the game at second base as the Quakes come up to hit. Rodriguez, the number 3 hitter, takes a strike from Lockwood. So Chen, trying to see if Chen replaced somebody else. You know what? Chen is at third. The pitch is inside to Rodriguez. So it looks like Monzon coming out of the game. Garrett grounded out in the bottom of the 6th. Breaking ball from Lockwood is outside. So Arroyo, they say second base is the one infield position he can play. He is at second. Chen is now at third, and Arroyo goes in Monzon's spot. Rodriguez bounces it back to third base foul. So the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So I'm not sure exactly what might have happened to Monzon. Hopefully he's not hurt, or if he is, not seriously. Sixers finally starting to get healthy, so that would not be good to say the least. Lockwood's 2-2. Rodriguez takes low and away. So 3-2. Rodriguez, a strikeout, a walk, and a fly out tonight. Right-handed batter, and the curveball from Lockwood is popped foul off to the right. So the count remains at 3-2. So if not for the wildness tonight, the Sixers would have the lead. And keep in mind, too, that the first Rancho run was unearned. 3-2 pitch is swung on and hit foul behind the plate. You know, Lefty Gomez, the former Yankee pitcher from back in the 40s, he once threw a shutout despite walking 11 batters. Can you believe that? 3-2 to Rodriguez. Tap back at third base foul. Mel Stottlemyre Sr., when he was pitching for the Yankees, was lifted in the ninth inning of a game. He was pitching a shutout. He had walked 11, and whoever relieved him was able to preserve the shutout. Lockwood misses low and away, so 7 walks and 4 hit batsmen tonight. 11 Rancho runners without even putting the ball in play. Now remember, all 3 innings the Quakes have scored, they have had a leadoff man reach. 2 hit by pitch and 1 walk. So here's Collins. Well, once in a while you get an ugly game like this, especially down at the single-A level. I guess the good news for the Sixers is, despite all of that, they're only down by 1 run. So Collins in the box, right-handed hitter. He's been hit and scored. He also drove in a run with a single in the 5th inning. Both of the Quake hits tonight have driven in runs. There goes Rodriguez, and there goes a fly ball into left center. Johnson, a long run. He will catch up to it. And Rodriguez looking over his shoulder as he hustles back to first ahead of the throw. One away, Collins swinging at the first pitch. And here comes Pat Riley. Riley with a hit last night is 0 for 3 tonight. When he first joined the Quakes, he came in to pinch hit May the 5th and struck out. Since then, he has had a hit in all 9 games, so a 9-game hitting streak, but 0 for 3 tonight. Scott Budner, the pitching coach for the Sixers, is going to head out to the mound and have a word with John Lockwood. That run that the Quakes scored to break the tie belonging to Ivan Blanco. So Blanco is right now the pitcher of record for the 66ers. And Joe Torres would be the pitcher of record for the Quakes. Well, let's see. In the California League, update you on some scores. The first place Lake Elsinore Storm not having any problems tonight. Up in High Desert, it is 10-2 in favor of Lake Elsinore, bottom 7. Lancaster beating San Jose, the Red Hot Giants, 11-6. So the team with the worst record in the league beats the team with the best record. And the Giants' winning streak snapped at 7. First pitch to Riley outside, 1-0. Stockton shutting out Modesto in the 7th inning, 5-0 up in Modesto. And Visalia in the top of the 6th in Bakersfield. They lead the Blaze 7-6. Lockwood from the stretch. Now he'll go to first in a high throw. Hubbard had to reach up. 66ers are 8-2 in games decided by 1 or 2 runs at home this year, and trailing by 1 tonight. Chen way off the line at third with a lefty up there. And Lockwood's pitch fouled right at the feet of Brian Schweiger. Rancho Cucamonga, a 4-game losing streak coming into play. It scored just 39 runs in their last 10 games. In fact, averaging in the month of May about 3.8 runs a game. An 8-9 record for the month. So it looks like Elsinore is definitely going to win their game. Pitch out, and going down to first is Schweiger, not in time. Looked like Rodriguez maybe was thinking about trying to steal. Had to put on the brakes. He had strayed pretty far from first. Schweiger whipping one down to Hubbard, but Rodriguez got back safely. So the count 2-1. Now this would be a pretty good hit and run count right here, considering the Sixers also just pitched out. Rodriguez is not going, and the pitch is in on the hands, fouled over by the Quakes dugout. 2-2 to Riley. Came in hitting .371 and including the 18 games or so that he played in the Midwest League, hitting .333 on the year. Back in the box, wearing a blue 13 on the back of the gray jersey. Lockwood, a high set. Runner not going, and the pitch bounced to the right side. Arroyo can't get it, just out of his reach into right. Wilson comes up with it. Rodriguez goes to third, and the Quakes are threatening once again. Rancho tonight has gone down in order once, and that was the very first inning. That is only their third hit of the night. And yet they have a chance to put some distance between themselves and the Sixers. Here comes Baltazar Lopez. He has walked twice. The Sixers lead the league in walks. The reason they come in with as low of an ERA as they do, and going into play they had the third lowest ERA in the league, is because they had allowed the second fewest number of hits. Lopez, a left-hander, pitch on the way. Is on the outside corner, no balls and a strike. Lopez, since there is a runner at first base, we can tell you he has grounded into one double play. And looking at Lockwood's ratio this year, he's actually been a pretty good ground ball pitcher. A little better than a 2-to-1 ratio. Strike one pitch. Runner bluffs, and there's a little fly ball into center. I don't know if Johnson will get it. He dives, rolls over. They're going to say he caught it. What a play. Coming in to score from third is Rodriguez to make it 4-2, but Johnson took a hit away. Great play by Brent. So that will be a sacrifice fly. Both of the Quakes scoring fly balls tonight, coming in the last two innings. Great catches by the outfielders. Chris Colton last inning. So yet another leadoff man that gets on base comes in to score, and all four of the Rancho runs scored by guys who have either walked or been hit. Don't think Scott Budner's going to be in the best mood after the game. I think I will abstain from going down to the clubhouse tonight. Here's Drew Toussaint, who lines it foul into the stands first base side. 0-1. Toussaint has walked, grounded out, and hit by a pitch. Came in hitting .203. So he had hit safely in 4 of his last 5 and got his average over the Mendoza line. Lockwood holding the ball in the palm of his hand as he leans forward. John straightens up, and the 0-1. Inside, and guess what? Hit him. The 5th hit batsman tonight. And Toussaint, I think, might have been hit somewhere around the ribs. He is balled up down in the dirt in the right-hand batter's box. Manager Bobby Mitchell is coming down the line to check on him. Brian Reichard, the trainer, going out there. The Wild Wild West. It has been wild tonight. 5 hit batsmen. You know, I went back through the record book to find out the league record for hit batsmen in a game, because I know that for several years San Bernardino held the record, and I believe it was a game in 1998 in Lancaster. But for some reason, when they redid the record book, they took out the record for hit batsmen in a game. And I don't remember if the Stampede that night hit 5 or 6, but I know the record is one of the 2. And that is 5 hit batsmen. So the Sixers, as Bill mentioned, they are well ahead of last year's pace, when last year's team set the Cal League record for hit batsmen with 109. This team has plunked 36 batters in 41 games. Toussaint, fortunately, looks like he's going to be okay. Whether he stays in the game or not is another story. Riley, the runner, at second. Ben Johnson at the plate. He is 1 for 3 with an RBI. 4-2 Quakes, and the pitch. That is low and inside, 1-0. The Sixers were second in the league in hit batsmen going into play, but I can guarantee you they've taken over that category. Outfield straight away on Johnson. Then hitting from the left side. Lockwood checks the runners, and the pitch on the hands, floop down the right field line, but that'll go foul into the bullpen. Well, a lot of stuff on the rumor mill today. checking out SI.com. If you're a Cub fan, a couple things there. Derek Lee says he hopes to be back in a Cubs uniform in about 3 weeks, meaning he might be ready to play around the 13th of June against Houston. He is wearing a small cast, but he's supposed to have it removed at the end of the month. Lockwood's 1-1. Johnson has to back away from one low and in. Took some swings before their game yesterday. Meanwhile, Kerry Wood, who came off the DL and got roughed up a bit, he could be a candidate to get traded. You know, Wood's contract is up at the end of the year. Next pitch to Johnson, waved at and missed. 2-2. And the Cubs have an option on Kerry Wood next year. If they pick it up, it'll cost them $13.5 million. They could buy him out for $3 million. But if he improves and the Cubs are out of the race later this summer, he could be a very good candidate to get traded. Lockwood's 2-2 to Johnson, a check swing foul to the left. Or I guess another thing, they might try to re-sign him to a multi-year deal for a lot less money. Boston Red Sox indicating that they will look into trading J.T. Snow, who has not been happy not getting any playing time in Boston. And one of the teams rumored, the Los Angeles Angels. Of course, Snow came up with the Angels. Pitch to Johnson is low, so Lockwood now with a 3-2 count. We have some action in the bullpen. Looks like Eric O'Flaherty. So Lockwood a little bit wild tonight. Blanco very wild. And in a sense, very fortunate he only gave up 3 runs, 2 earned. Because Rancho at this point only has 3 hits. 3-2, runners go, and there's a little fly ball into left field. Colton hustling in, goes into a slide, rolls over, and he caught it. So 2 great catches in the outfield in the inning. Colton has made 2 in the game tonight as he just took away another hit and a run. Quakes, though, get a leadoff walk, and it turns into yet another run. So as we head to the bottom of the 7th, they now lead the Sixers 4-2.
When you listen to Car Talk, you benefit from our decades of experience. We use it all the time, and it never works. And you'll learn about our highly specialized diagnostic techniques.
So you need to do the Tom Magliotti fuel pump field test.
Okay, how do you do that?
You hit it with a hammer.
We're Click and Clack the Tappet Brothers for advice we know you won't get anywhere else. Thank God. Join us for Car Talk.
Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday mornings at 11. KVCR, San Bernardino.
Hospitals can be very scary for children, but at Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, they understand the need to provide a cheerful and friendly environment to each child. From cuts to transplants, they treat each child with love, concern, and personal attention. Loma Linda University Children's Hospital is committed to the children of Southern California. Information at 1-800-825-KIDS.
The first Farmer Boys Fastrant opened in the Inland Empire in 1981 with a single premise: serve generous portions of freshly prepared food and serve it quickly. The concept worked, and now Farmer Boys has grown to over 50 locations throughout Southern California. Their menu features more than 75 freshly prepared items, including burgers, sandwiches, made-to-order salads, onion rings, and fried zucchini. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Farmer Boys. Fresh food, fast.
Well, we are going to the bottom of the 7th. The 66ers out hitting the Quakes by a 7-3 count, but a lot of walks and a lot of hit batsmen. The Quakes have taken advantage of the charity, and they have built a 4-2 lead. So Deloiza Gacarni working here to the Sixers in the bottom of the 7th. They'll have the heart of the order, Eastley, Wilson, and then Tuiasosopo. Well, if the Quakes win and Lake Elsinore holds on to that big lead up in High Desert, the Sixers would fall a game and a half out of first, and Rancho would be tied with the Sixers for second place in the South. Reed Eastley has singled and walked twice. Loizaga Kearney into the windup, fires away, and he misses outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Reed coming in, hitting .277. Has hit in 17 of his last 19. The pitch home on the outside corner, 1-1. Some of the other news and notes from SI.com about some of the major league teams, depending on who you're rooting for. Well, Yankees starter Carl Pavano, he was supposed to be their number 3 starter this year, as Easley takes low 2-1. He had to leave his start for their Double-A team Wednesday night after pitching only 1 inning. He had some tightness in his right tricep. So that's not good news. Loizaga Kearney with the 2-1 pitch to Easley, and Reed pops it foul back to third, 2-2. Pavano said that he felt the same sensation 6 years ago when triceps tendonitis led to elbow surgery. And speaking of pitchers on the shelf, Bartolo Colon of the Angels experiencing what pitching coach Bud Black described as a little dead arm syndrome as the pitch to Easley's in the dirt, full count. That has slowed down his return. Colon has been on the DL since the middle of April. They were hoping that he would be able to have thrown a simulated game yesterday and maybe begin a minor league rehab assignment this weekend, but that has been pushed back. He has been out with an inflamed shoulder. Outfield playing Easley to pull. The Loizaga Kearney back with a 3-2. And he missed low and away, ball 4. So, Easley's aboard. That is the 3rd walk that he has drawn tonight. That would be the 3rd time this year a Sixer has drawn 3. Josh Womack walked 3 times in a game back in April here against Lancaster, and Kevin Reynolds against the Giants here on May the 6th. Well, you've got Big Mike Wilson representing the tying run. Wilson was 0 for 2 tonight with a walk against the starter Nick Green. So Willie trying to add to that home run total if possible. Throw to first base, driving Easley back. The Loizaga Kearney, in 25 2/3 innings coming in, had only allowed 1 home run. A little bit wild, though. He'd walked 16 and fanned 20. Another throw to first. This one a little bit closer, but Easley is back safely. One other note on Phillies left-hander Randy Wolf, who had Tommy John surgery last July. He's supposed to make his first rehab start for the Clearwater team in the Florida State League this Tuesday. Another throw to first. And Phillies general manager Pat Gillick estimates that Randy Wolf could return to the Phillies before the All-Star break, which begins on the 10th of June. 4-2 Rancho. Kearney's pitch to Willie. Big swing and a miss, 0-1. Quakes have scored in the last 3 innings. The Sixers getting both of their runs in the bottom of the 5th on a double off the bat of Tuiasosopo. The strike 1 pitch on the way to Wilson. Loizaga Kearney instead backs off. So timeout. Frederick, you know, the Quakes, by the way, they have pretty unique at this level. They actually have the names on the back of their jersey. Wilson watches one that drops low to even the count 1-1. So I imagine it probably was a little bit of a challenge to get his name on the back, to Loizaga Kearney. He was a 33rd round draft pick in 2004, but he didn't pitch that year. He appeared in 23 games with the Quakes last year. Off-speed pitch, looked like a breaking ball. That missed high, and it's 2-1 to Wilson. He went to Regis University in Denver. A second team all-conference pick his last year there in 2004. 6'3", about 220. And a quick throw to first base. Easley back safely. Tied for the team lead in wins his last year at Regis. He was the Conference Freshman of the Year in 2001. The 2-1 to Wilson is just a bit outside, 3-1. Well, let's see. Green walked 3, Torres walked 2, And Eloisa Carney's walked 1, so the Quakes have walked 6. The Sixers have walked... Let me double check this before I speak. Pitch on the way is on the outside corner. Blanco walked 6. And Lockwood 1, so the Sixers have walked 7, so we've had 13 walks compared to 10 hits in the game tonight. You don't see that very often. Eloisa Carney, a look over at first, 3-2 on Wilson, and again a throw to first. I'll tell you what, he sure is spending a lot of time on Easley at first, considering that Reed is 0 for 2 in steals this year. And he's got the tying run at the plate, not at first. He's got to really kind of focus on the hitter here. The 3-2 delivery to Wilson on the hand, swung on, hit into left field toward the line. It will drop, and it is a foul ball barely. That just goes to show you how strong Wilson is. Mike, what do they call that, fair or foul? I thought the umpire threw his hands in the air, and Gary Thurman is going to check with the plate umpire. You know what, I'll be honest with you. I thought I saw it land inside the line in fair territory. Gary Thurman's going to lose the argument, so Wilson, who had been standing at first, will head back. But I was saying, that goes to show you how strong Wilson is. That was a pitch that was on the hands, and he's still got some pretty good wood on it, muscled it out to left, and just barely missed a base hit. Well, if you're going to come in on Wilson, you better make sure it's in, and you don't make a mistake and leave one a little too far over the plate. 3-2. Easley not running. Pitch home. Ground ball right back up the middle, base hit. Easley will stop at second base, so with nobody out, Inland Empire with the tying run on base, and we're going to have some activity in the Quakes bullpen. Now, from what I understand, and it would be a little too early at this stage anyway, but I have been told that the Quakes' regular closer, Kevin Jepson, has been out with a bad ankle. And looking down into the bullpen, that is right-hander Kevin Lynch, who is starting to throw. We have a meeting on the mound, so the entire infield, along with the Quakes pitching coach, Eric Bennett, going out there. Well, if the Sixers can somehow rally and win this game, they would improve a rather odd statistic. In that scenario, they would be 7-0 at home in games in which the opposition has scored first. So in other words, the 4 games they have lost here this year, they have actually scored the first run. The Tuiasosopo, a 2-run double into the left field corner in the 5th inning. And here he is. We'll see if Gary Thurman asked Tui to sacrifice, which you would probably expect. He does not have one this year, but this time he lays it down third base side, picked up by Rodriguez. He'll go to first to get the out, but that'll move the runners up. So Tuiasosopo does the job. Easley at third, Wilson the tying run at second. And the batter will be Marshall Hubbard, who has a couple of infield singles and a flyout. Hubbard has gotten his hitting streak well, actually, I beg your pardon, he had it snapped the other night. Hubbard had a 4-game streak, which followed a 7-for-37 spell. And now Collins is going to head out to the mound to have a word with his pitcher, Eloisa Carney. So a timeout for the moment. Great crowd on hand tonight, and we got the paid attendance, 5,963. And that is easily, well, actually not easily, a little bit bigger than our largest crowd of the year, which was back on the 28th of April, 5,287. So we got about 700 more tonight. Well, that's going to do it for Eloisa Carney as the manager, Bobby Mitchell, goes out. So we are going to have a pitching change. Bottom of the 7th, 1 out, runners at second and third. Quakes up 4-2, and it looks like Kevin Lynch will be coming in to pitch. So we'll take a 90-second timeout and be back with more in a moment.
Singer-songwriter T-Bone Burnett just released his first CD in 14 years. Now 58 years old, he says his perspective has changed.
It's very, very different from the old days when I was a kid and everything seemed threatening. And now it all seems like an extraordinary privilege.
A conversation with T-Bone Burnett, Sunday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Sunday morning on News 91 KVCR, San Bernardino.
Join us this week on A Prairie Home Companion when we come to you from Reykjavik, from the National Theatre of Iceland, with the Fostbreder Male Choir and Iceland's singer-songwriter Didu, Mr. Bill Holm, Howard Levy sitting in with the Guys All-Star Shoe Band, John C. Riley, and of course the news from Lake Wobegon. All this week from the middle of the Atlantic on A Prairie Home Companion.
Saturday afternoon at 3 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the communities of the Inland Empire for more than 50 years with convenient locations. Arrowhead Credit Union offers savings and loan programs and provides members access to over 1,800 service center locations and over 25,000 ATMs nationwide. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, Arrowhead Credit Union can provide you with rates, friendly service, and convenience. Information is available at arrowheadcu.org.
Got ourselves an interesting game tonight. Sixers down 4-2, but they have second and third, one out in the seventh. Kevin Lynch into the game. Right-handed pitcher, 6'2", 200 pounds, from Fort Pierce, Florida. Lynch played his college ball at Florida State. He is a side armor, almost a submarine delivery. And when he was at Florida State, he was kind of their go-to relief pitcher. Had a pretty good career there. Last year was his first season. Started the year this year in the Midwest League, pitched in 2 games, and then came up here. So Hubbard the batter, Lynch going down to the side, misses way outside, 1-0. Well, with that kind of delivery, Lynch, a right-hander, certainly you would figure would be more effective against right-handed batters. And that is indeed the case. Right-handers hitting 109, left-handers 5 for 15 with a home run. 1-0 instead of fake to third. Throw to second base. Boy, that was a little too close for comfort. Wilson getting back to the bag. Well, you don't see that kind of a play very often. Usually a pitcher might fake to third. But Lynch faked to third and then whirled around, fired to strike to second. And Mike Wilson just did get back. Marshall Hubbard, 19 RBIs. Trying to add to that here as Lynch's pitch floats in just a bit outside. And the count now 2 balls, no strikes. Hubbard with 9 RBIs in May, 1 less than what he had in April. The third baseman Sandoval off the line and in a bit. And Hubbard pulls one in the air to right field. I don't know if that's deep enough. The catch made by Toussaint. The runners are going to stay. Well, the ball not hit deep enough. Oh, the fans not too happy, but that ball just was not hit deep enough, and if you roll the dice and you miss, then you're out of the inning. So 2 gone in the 7th. And Jack Arroyo finishing up in Monzone's spot, but playing at second, is coming up. Monzone leaving the game in the top half of the inning for reasons unknown. Young Chi Chen sliding over to third. And hopefully Eric's not hurt. Arroyo started last Sunday in Stockton, Jack, who was on the opening day roster but on the DL just because there was not an opening for him. Takes on the inside corner. He was then sent to Tacoma to just kind of fill in. And then came back here. So Arroyo in the box. Strike 1 from Lynch on the hands, and Jack on a check swing, 1 around, 0-2. Ronnie Prettyman getting the night off. Ronnie a little bit banged up, got hit in the bicep by a pitch yesterday, and he's got a nice black and blue mark. Pitch outside to Arroyo, 1-2. It hit him in the same spot where he took a ground ball off the bicep in Lake Elsinore, and then yesterday, I guess it was an infield, he took a ball off the lip. Arroyo takes one outside from Lynch, 2-2. So Ronnie a little bit banged up, but Gary Thurman said he was planning on giving Prettyman the day off today anyway. Well, it's kind of ironic if Monzon, filling in for Pretty Man at third, had to leave because of an injury. 4-2 Quakes, 7th inning. 2-2 pitch to Arroyo. Down and in, just missed by a smidge. So that'll run the count full. Kevin Lynch, last year at Florida State, won 12 games without a single loss. Pitched in 46 games. He was 7th in the nation in victories. And Arroyo out in front of the pitch, strikes out. Boy, that was just a little slow butterfly coming up there. So Arroyo strikes out. Lynch gets the 2 batters he faces. The Sixers unable to take advantage of a situation in which they put the first 2 men aboard, and they leave the tying run at second base. So we go to the 8th inning, 4-2 Quakes.
Mel Allen is an artist. He lives for that moment of inspiration.
The act of creation is just a gift. It's such a wonderful experience.
But Allen hasn't had that wonderful experience in a long time. He suffers from what doctors call a fever of unknown origins. Next time on Weekend America, what happens when medicine doesn't come up with miracles? Join us.
Saturday at noon on KVCR, San Bernardino.
You wouldn't want your favorite sports team to only play offense or only play defense, would you? Allstate would like you to know they have a plan to combine both home and auto insurance to help serve you. Allstate is there to provide assistance for each client. In Ontario, Allstate agent Sal Ayala Jr. is there for you at 909-984-8528. At Allstate, you're in good hands. Subject to availability and qualifications, Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
For some folks, it's a ritual. They buy something on credit. They're so busy enjoying it, they forget to pay it off, and the phone calls begin.
There's a balance on your account of $312. If I don't receive a payment, I'll have no choice but to cancel it as bad credit.
I'm Kai Rizdal. We offer compulsive debtors this advice.
Stop it. Just stop it.
And other tips, too, this week on Marketplace Money.
Sunday afternoon at 1 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Well, fans making noise because some of the members of the Sixers front office are down on the field slingshotting T-shirts into the stands as we have a new pitcher taking over for the 66ers. And that'll be left-hander Eric O'Flaherty. So he replaces Lockwood, who went an inning and 2/3, giving up 1 run on 1 hit. Hit 2 and walked 1. Well, the Sixers, Blanco and Lockwood tonight combining to walk 7 and hit. And now O'Flaherty will take over. Eric's last game coming in Lake Elsinore 3 days ago. Worked 2 innings, gave up 4 hits and a run. Cody Fuller will lead off for the Quakes here in the 8th inning. Fuller's been hit twice and also struck out. He shows bunt and takes low. O'Flaherty, in 5 games in May, has worked a total of 10 innings. He has a .630 earned run average, and opponents hitting .351. His ERA in 8 games in April, 1.64. The next pitch outside, and the count to Fuller, 2-0. Though remember, he gave up 5 runs in 1 outing to San Jose. That was here on May the 7th, so those numbers in May a little bit misleading as Fuller fouls it back. 2-1, the count to the Quakes' number 9 hitter. So after Fuller, you get back to Sandoval, and then Ryan Leahy. Cody hitting .306 when the night started. Most of that, though, coming in April. He is only hitting .152 in May. Right-handed batter, the 2-1 from O'Flaherty is hit foul off to the right. 1 interleague game. Well, it's the only game in baseball still going on. And that is the Dodgers and the Angels. The Dodgers scored 9 runs in the 6th, and they have a 14-2 lead over the Angels in the 7th. The Dodgers have 22 hits in that game. 2-2 pitch. Fuller hits a blooper into right. Wilson charging, but Mike will catch up to it. So a little pop out to right by Fuller. 1 gone in the 8th inning. And here comes the leadoff hitter, Freddy Sandoval, who has flied out, hit back to the pitcher, sacrificed. And last time got a scoring fly ball to pick up his 16th RBI of the year. Only the second game that Bobby Mitchell has had him in the leadoff spot this year. He has been the primary number 2 hitter for the Quakes. Freddy, born in Tijuana, went to the University of San Diego. And he takes a strike from O'Flaherty, 0-1. 8th round draft pick of the Angels 2 years ago. Last year in Cedar Rapids, hit .281 in 117 games, had 34 doubles. And he fouls a pitch back. That'll run the count to 0-2. As a matter of fact, Sandoval was 3rd in the Midwest League in doubles, and he led his Cedar Rapids team in hits last year. Has a slightly open stance as O'Flaherty's pitch is a little blooper hit to the second baseman, Arroyo. So a soft line drive. 2 outs in the 8th. Ryan Leahy, who has walked twice and struck out twice, will be climbing in. Well, the Sixers parent club, the Seattle Mariners, getting a rare win, 18-25 on the year. They beat the Padres 7-4 up at Safeco, and former Stampede right-hander Rafael Soriano got the win, pitching in relief. Seattle hitting 3 home runs in that game. The pitch home to Leahy is downstairs. 1 ball and no strikes. Ryan, a right-handed hitter. He'll be 25 in July. The pitch from O'Flaherty is grounded into the hole at short. 2, he can't get it. That's a base hit out into left. The 2-out single for Leahy for the Quakes, who only got 4 hits in the game last night. That is only their 4th hit of the game tonight. And the batter will be the shortstop, Sean Rodriguez. This is the 14th appearance of the year for O'Flaherty. Eric 0-1 has an ERA of 3.86. 7 of the 9 runs he has been charged with have come here, but remember, as I told you, 5 of those came in 1 game. Pitch on the way to Rodriguez, low and inside. Good stop by Schweiger. Rodriguez, a .378 hitter this year when he has faced a left-hander. So at 2 outs, Quakes trying to get a rally going here with Leahy at first. Held on by Hubbard. The pitch home is low and inside again, dug out by Schweiger. So the count 2 balls and no strikes. Eric O'Flaherty from the state of Washington went to Walla Walla High School. He was the conference pitcher of the year his senior year there. The pitch home is swung on and missed, and the count to Rodriguez goes to 2-1. Was named the Walla Walla High School Player of the Year his senior year. A 6th round pick of Seattle in 2003. He had some back problems earlier in his career as Rodriguez swings at the next pitch, and I think he may have just asked the umpire if it was a strike that he chased. 2-2. O'Flaherty had some really bad lower back problems a couple of years ago. That was due to stress fractures and a protruding disc in his spine as he gets Rodriguez to chase the next one, strike 3. So the Quakes get a single, and they lead Leahy. At the end of 7.5 innings, it's Rancho 4, Inland Empire 2.
Free childcare is one of the many services available to our students. Come and see us in the San Bernardino Adult School at the corner of Baseline and Main Street or call 388-6000.
You wouldn't want your favorite sports team to only play offense or only play defense, would you? Allstate would like you to know they have a plan to combine both home and auto insurance to help serve you. Allstate is there to provide assistance for each client. In Ontario, Allstate agent Sal Ayala Jr. is there for you at 909-984-8528. At Allstate, you're in good hands. Subject to availability and qualifications, Allstate Insurance Company, Allstate Property and Casualty Insurance Company, and Allstate Indemnity Company, Northbrook, Illinois. Arrowhead Credit Union, serving the communities of the Inland Empire for more than 50 years with convenient locations. Arrowhead Credit Union offers savings and loan programs and provides members access to over 1,800 service center locations and over 25,000 ATMs nationwide. If you live, work, or worship in San Bernardino or Riverside counties, Arrowhead Credit Union can provide you with rates, friendly service, and convenience. Information is available at arrowheadcu.org.
The first Lazy Boy recliner, introduced in 1928, was a reclining wood slat folding porch chair. It was designed for nature's way of relaxing by following the contour of a person's body both sitting up and leaning back. Much has changed since then, but one thing hasn't. Every Lazy Boy piece of furniture is still made with quality and comfort in mind. Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery in San Bernardino, Riverside, Victorville, and Ontario Mills.
Ryan Schweiger in the box to begin the bottom of the eighth inning, and he hits the first pitch wide of first. Fielded by the first baseman, and the throw is in time as Schweiger tripped going across the bag. So Balthazar Lopez feeding his pitcher Lynch. And on a bang-bang play, Schweiger's out. One pitch, one away for Chris Colton, who is 0 for 3. Colton has yet to really put it together this year like we saw him last year right before he got sent down to Wisconsin. There was a stretch his last couple of weeks before getting sent down where he was the hottest hitter on the team. And then he carried that over when he got sent down and had a pretty good year. He breaks his bat, hits it in front of the plate. Lynch down the mound to get it. Throws high to first, and that pulls Lopez off the bag. They're going to go ahead and give Colton a hit, figuring it would have been a close play anyway. And Chris will take it. Colton 3 for his last 27 before getting that infield single. Well, the Sixers will have the tying run coming up, and Brent Johnson, who has reached on a single and a walk tonight, and getting the hitting streak to 7, a season high for him. Brent's really turned things around after getting off to a slow start in April. Double-A San Antonio got a win tonight, coming from behind at home. Darren Brown's team got 3 in the bottom of the 7th and beat Corpus Christi 5-3. As Lynch drops down to the side, misses low and inside, 1-0. Chad Fillinger getting the win in relief. He's having a nice year. Fillinger 3-0 with a 2.49 ERA, pitching in relief in Double-A. Vladimir Valentin knocked in a pair of runs, as did Ismael Castro, and Brian LaHare drove in his 19th of the year. The 1-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike. 1-1 to Johnson, who came in hitting 248, 204 at home this year. Ryan Farabend had a nice start, but he had a no decision. Farabend allowed 1 run in 6 innings tonight. No walks, 4 hits. Johnson takes a curve, a little bit low, 2-1. And actually, Fillinger allowed Corpus Christi to tie it. So Chad charged with a blown save before getting credit for the win. San Antonio struggling a little bit this year. 2 balls and a strike to Johnson. There goes Colton, and Johnson pulls it into left field. That is going to be over the head of Pat Riley up against the wall. Colton racing around third. He is going to score. Johnson has a double, and it's 4-3 Quakes. That is only the 6th hit that Kevin Lynch has allowed to a right-handed batter. So Brent Johnson, a multi-hit game. And now with 1 out, you've got the tying run at second base for the Sixers' best hitter, Young-Chi Chen, who is 2 for 4 tonight. Could very easily be 3 for 4, except Freddy Sandoval made a terrific play on a smash hit by Chen at third in the 6th inning. And that also robbed him of an RBI. Brent Johnson, by the way, 7 multi-hit games this year. The pitch to Chen is a slow breaking ball in for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. AAA Tacoma. Trying to find them here on the scoreboard. There's so many teams in the PCL. Floater hit into center. Going back on it is Fuller. Makes the catch. Stumbles a little bit. Johnson will tag and move to third. So there's the 2nd out of the inning. I didn't think when that ball first left the bat it was going to carry quite as well as it did. So the tying run at third And now you've got Reed Eastley, who has drawn 3 walks, and he's also singled tonight. Eastley coming in with a .346 on base percentage. That's not too bad. Certainly boosting that by getting on base 4 times tonight. Eric Bennett, the pitching coach, going out to the mound. And since the tying run is at third, we will check the numbers on Kevin Lynch. And just to let you know, in a little over 19 innings of work, he has not made a wild pitch. Tacoma on the road tonight had a lead that they blew and lost to Nashville 6-3. Nashville got 4 in the bottom of the 8th. Jesse Foppert, the losing pitcher. First pitch to Eastley is a little bit below the knees, 1-0 to Reed. Runners in scoring position this year. Eastley hitting .226. That doesn't seem right. Next one to Reed is over for a strike. Let me double check. Yeah, that's right. 7 hits and 31 at bats. Not much for Tacoma tonight, just 7 hits. Nobody had more than 1. Lynch's pitch. Eastley lays off a breaking ball that missed down and away. 2 balls, 1 strike. And Mike Wilson on deck. Well, the Quakes this year, when they have had a lead at the end of 7, as they have tonight, they have a record of 18-2. The 2-1 delivery from Lynch is inside. Whoa, they're going to call that on the corner. I don't know, maybe Reed, the way he reacted to it, made it look more inside than it was, but from our position, and we're pretty much right behind the plate here in the booth at home, looked a little bit in. So the count now 2-2. Kevin Lynch, 6'2", 200 pounds, 23 years old. Pitch on the way to Eastley. That is down and in. So the count has gone full. The tying run at third in Brent Johnson. If you are wondering if the Sixers have come back when they have trailed at the end of 7 innings, they have done so 3 times in 16 games. And only 2 other teams have done it more often. The 3-2 pitch, little pop-up, hit into right center. Fuller racing in, should be a play. It'll be the right fielder, Toussaint, and that'll take care of the inning. So the Sixers get a little bit closer as they pick up a run on 2 hits. They leave the tying run at third. By the way, Inland Empire tonight has left a lot of runners on base. I've got them with 12. So we will head to the 9th. It's now the Quakes 4, Inland Empire 3.
Join us this week on A Prairie Home Companion when we come to you from Reykjavik, from the National Theatre of Iceland, with the Fostbreder Male Choir and Iceland's singer-songwriter Didu, Mr. Bill Holm, Howard Levy sitting in with the Guys All-Star Shoe Band, John C. Riley, and of course the news from Lake Wobegon. All this week from the middle of the Atlantic on A Prairie Home Companion.
Saturday afternoon at 3 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Do you travel on your own or with a group? For many Americans, the comfort and convenience of a big bus tour is the easiest and most economic choice. But there's a trick to choosing the tour that's right for you. Hi, I'm Rick Steves. By understanding how large-scale tour companies operate, you'll get the most out of them, and they won't get the most out of you. The pros and cons of big bus tourism and your calls on this week's Travel with Rick Steves.
Sunday at noon on KVCR, San Bernardino.
More than 1.5 million California school children speak little or no English, and there's still no agreement on the best way to teach them.
Go ahead and read it out loud for me.
I am Zep, and this is Zep. We are dogs.
I'm Scott Schaefer, and I invite you to join us on the California Report beginning Monday, May 22nd, for a look inside the classroom of English learners.
Mornings at 6:50 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Got ourselves a 1-run ball game. The Sixers with the best 1-run record in the league at 9-4. They have won 8 of 10 1- and 2-run decisions at home this year. The Quakes in 1-run decisions are 7-3. They are 2-5 in 1- and 2-run games on the road. Eric O'Flaherty facing the cleanup hitter, Mike Collins, who has been hit by a pitch and scored. He's also singled in a run. So even though the Sixers have out-hit the Quakes 10-4, the Inland Empire 66ers are down by a run. And you can thank the walks and the hit batsmen for that. And a pass ball that led to an unearned run early tonight. First pitch from O'Flaherty's high, 1-0 to Collins, who came in hitting .336, over .380 on the road. They're talking about O'Flaherty having back problems a couple of years ago when he was in Wisconsin. Next pitch is low and in, 2-0. Spent a good portion of that 04 season fighting pain in his back. He was limited to just 12 games that year, 10 of them as a starter. A 2-0 pitch on the way. On the hands, fisted behind the plate, and it's now 2-1. He said he started feeling the pain in spring training that year, but he didn't want to say anything because he was hoping to make a team. Well, in doing so, trying to pitch through pain, the numbers suffered, and eventually went on the DL in June that year and didn't play again. The left-hander back with a 2-1. Collins hits a little bouncer up the middle. Arroyo, the second baseman, over to his right, throws in the dirt, and he throws it right by Hubbard. Well, Arroyo, I think, primarily an outfielder and very little playing time. Had to go to his right to get it. And not sure if he maybe didn't have a proper grip on it, but he threw it right in the dirt. And that is an error. First error of the night for either team. The Quakes have not had an inning where a leadoff man has reached where they have not scored. And the Sixers really can't afford to let another run score here. So Pat Riley, 1 for 4, climbs in. We have action in both bullpens. There's a bunt by Riley. Right side picked up by O'Flaherty, who throws to first base for the out. So it goes 1-3 on a sacrifice. Quakes have a couple of sacrifice flies tonight. And that would be their first sacrifice bunt. No, their second, I'm sorry. Sandoval had one in the 5th inning. Collins at second. Number 6 hitter Baltazar Lopez, who has flied out, walked twice, and picked up a scoring fly ball, so officially 0 for 1. Hitting .325 in the month of May. And he's been a very good clutch hitter. Outfield straight away on the left-hander. O'Flaherty's pitch is on the outside corner, 0-1. O'Flaherty, the year he was drafted, was rated as the best prospect in the state of Washington as far as the kids who were eligible to be drafted that year. Next one is swung on and hit foul off to the left over into the patio. So Lopez behind 0-2. He really put himself on the map at the Arizona Fall Classic in Peoria, Arizona in the fall of 2002 when his fastball was clocked at 93, and for a lefty, that's really bringing it. He does have a good arm. Looks back at second, 0-2 pitch to Lopez downstairs, 1-2 with Tucson on deck. There was one point where there was talk that he could have been a second or third round pick, but he ended up going in the 6th round. 1-2 pitch on the way to Lopez. And that swung on, hit foul off the front of the Sixer dugout, rolling out to the third base umpire. So Baltazar Lopez still up there, trying to, at the very least, move the runner from second base. Lopez is from Mexico. He was spotted by scouting supervisor Clay Daniel a few years back. Next pitch is a little roller hit wide, a third foul. He was playing for Monterrey in the Mexican League, and Baltazar really had a breakout season in 2004, his second year in the Angel chain. He had .314 in the Midwest League, 9 home runs in 64 games, 35 driven in. Did not hit a home run for the Quakes last year in 52 games. The pitch from O'Flaherty outside and low, and a nice stop by Brian Schweiger. 2-2 the count. Collins at second, reaching on the leadoff air by Arroyo at second. Sixers trying to keep this to a 1-run game. Mike Arenio in the Sixer bullpen, trying to get a number on that right-hander in the Quakes pen. I think that's Anthony Ortega, who just joined him a day or two ago. Fastball to Lopez swung on and missed. So Baltazar strikes out. That is number 2 for O'Flaherty tonight. The batter will be Drew Toussaint, who came in hitting .203, and he's been on base 3 times tonight, doing it the hard way the last 2 times, getting hit twice. Last one got him, I think, somewhere in the ribs. He has also walked tonight. Toussaint trying to get the Quakes an insurance run. He was listed among the Angels' top 30 prospects going into last year, as the right-hander takes down and in from O'Flaherty. But he didn't show up on the list this year. He's 23 years old, originally drafted by the Dodgers coming out of high school, a 10th-round pick, but he didn't sign. Went to Cal Poly and then transferred to Southern University in 03. The pitch from O'Flaherty settles in for a strike. Eric took a little bit off the pitch, and the count 1-1. Andrew, all-conference pick. 2 seasons at Southern University for the Jaguars. I believe that's the same school that produced Freddie Lewis, who is one of the top prospects for the Giants, who played in the Cal League a couple of years ago. Collins at second, 2 outs in the 9th. O'Flaherty's pitch is popped foul, right side out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Toussaint played a key role in helping Provo win the Pioneer League championship in 2004, his rookie year. He had 12 home runs, 52 RBIs in 55 games. Hit 21 home runs for Cedar Rapids last year, so he's got some pop in his bat. Came into the ball game tonight with 3 home runs this year. O'Flaherty now backs off. Matter of fact, Toussaint finished 3rd in the Midwest League in home runs last year and led Cedar Rapids in that category, as well as RBIs and slugging. Well, Brian Schweiger going to the mound. So Schweiger, this is the first time, of course, that he has handled O'Flaherty, at least in the regular season. Not sure, maybe in spring training they might have hooked up. So going out there to double-check the signs. When the Sixers hit in the bottom of the 9th, and that's why this is very important that they don't allow Collins to score, because the inning is going to start with Mike Wilson. And then Tuiasosopo followed by Hubbard. 4-3 Quakes. O'Flaherty back to Toussaint, and a ground ball foul over to the far end of the Sixer dugout. Andrew, his last year at Southern, hit .392. Led the team in home runs and RBIs, was voted a 3rd-team All-American. So he's got plus power, slightly above average arm strength, and what they say average speed. O'Flaherty looks back at Collins, pitch on the way. Is swung on, grounded to the right side. Hubbard fields it, goes to the bag himself, and that'll do it. So O'Flaherty able to pitch around the air on Arroyo that allowed Collins to reach to begin the inning. And now we will go to the bottom of the 9th. The 66ers down by 1. The Quakes have lost twice in 22 games when they've taken a lead into the 9th. And our score at the end of 8.5 is Rancho 4, Inland Empire 3.
More than 100 great writers name their choice for the best American novel of the last quarter century.
One way to read this survey is to say, maybe we don't have a great American novel, but we may have a great American novelist.
Who is it? Tune in Saturday to All Things Considered from NPR News.
At 5 p.m. on News 91 KVCR, San Bernardino. For some folks, it's a ritual. They buy something on credit. They're so busy enjoying it, they forget to pay it off, and the phone calls begin.
There's a balance on your account of $312. If I don't receive the payment, I'll have no choice but to cancel it as bad credit.
I'm Kai Rizdal. We offer compulsive debtors this advice.
Stop it. Just stop it.
And other tips, too, this week on Marketplace Money.
Sunday afternoon at 1 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Hi, I'm Sarah. Since I've been attending Crafton Hills, I have discovered my passion is writing and journalism. Initially, I decided to attend Crafton Hills because I wasn't sure about my major. I felt comfortable at Crafton's smaller campus because it allowed me to gain a relationship with my advisors. The faculty and staff have been very encouraging. It has made a difference as far as increasing my confidence in finding a goal. It was an excellent choice.
Enhancing your life with quality education.
Kevin Lynch is going to stay out there as we begin the bottom of the ninth. And Mike Wilson, with his team down by a run, will lead things off. Lynch, the fourth pitcher for the Quakes tonight, delivers a strike 0-1, the third reliever. Wilson has struck out twice in the first and the fifth. He walked in the third, singled in the seventh. And he takes one a little bit outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Lake Elsinore has won its game. They beat the High Desert Mavericks 10-2 behind Mike Ekstrom. So the Storm has won 4 straight. 1-1 pitch, check swing. Wilson went for one that was way outside, and by the time he realized it, he couldn't pull the bat back. 1-2. So one of these teams, well, not necessarily. Actually, the Sixers, if they lose, they would be tied with the Quakes a game and a half out. And if they can come back and win, they would remain a half game out. Top 5 hitters in the Storm lineup tonight at 12 hits. 1-2 pitch. Slow curve is outside. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Usually with the guys who throw like Lynch, sidearm or submarine delivery, they're going to keep the ball down in the zone. The 2-2 delivery is strike 3 at the knees. Wilson watched it all the way, didn't like the call. So Lynch, who came in, faced 2 batters in the 7th, picks up his second strikeout. And now Tuiasosopo has a 2-run double, 1-4-3. Well, a Sixer loss would be only their 5th at home. This would kind of be a tough game to lose, considering how the Quakes got their runs, all on walks and hit batsmen. The pitch to Tui, check swing on a ball in on the hands. They're going to say went. 0-1. This is Tui's first at bat against Lynch tonight. Kevin went to John Carroll High School in Fort Pierce, Florida. He has a brother named Matt who is a pitcher in the minor leagues. Strike 1 pitch to Tui, fouled off to the right. Some of you might remember Matt Lynch in the Oakland organization. He pitched in the Cal League for Modesto in 2004, so Kevin would be the younger brother. He was a 2-time All-State player in high school and an All-American in 01. It's a 2-strike pitch. Tui fouls it back. He was undefeated his senior year in high school, 10-0 with a 0.66 ERA, and he was also All-State in football in 2 years in high school. Most of these guys were pretty good athletes. Most of them played multiple sports. Tuiasosopo stays with a curveball and fouls it back. So it's not surprising. You read their bios and you see that quite a few of the players were all state in 2, 3, 4 different sports. Quakes up by a run, even though they've been out hit 10-4. The 2-strike to Tuiasosopo, just low and outside. 1-2. This would only be the second loss at home under the lights. For what that's worth, the Sixers 12-1 in night games at home, but 1-3 in the day. The 1-2 to Tuiasosopo stays up and away, 2-2. Marshall Hubbard waiting his turn on deck. Sixers have come from behind to win 9 times this year, so 9 of their 22 wins they have trailed at some point. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Down he goes, and the Sixers down to their last out. It's up to Hubbard. However, they have not won a game this year when they trail going into the ninth. Hubbard was the first guy that Lynch faced back in the 7th. And he hit a fly ball to right with a runner at third that was not quite deep enough. Now you look back, and that was a big inning because Eastleigh started the 7th with a walk. Wilson singled. Tuiasosopo sacrificed. It was 4-2 Quakes at the time, but the Sixers had runners at second and third and couldn't bring either of them in. Hubbard fouls it back into the screen. And then they wind up getting a run last inning, so had they scored at least one in the 7th, Had Hubbard's fly ball been a little bit deeper, we'd be looking at a 4-4 tie. So Lynch trying to get the save. Right-hander's 0-1 to Hubbard is low and outside. 1 ball and a strike. It's been a while since Hubbard has hit a home run. He hit 2 in one game last month, April the 28th. The last home run he hit, that was here. Next pitch to him is low and away. 2-1. That was against, I think it was Visalia. Marshall would love a home run here, but he'd settle for just getting on base and extending the inning. Lynch getting signs from Collins. The pitch on the way to Hubbard. Line drive left center. That's in for a base hit. So that'll be his 3rd hit of the night, and he's going to try to stretch it into a double. He is safe, standing up. So Hubbard getting his 3rd hit of the night. That ties the season high. 2nd time he's done it. And we'll see. No, Arroyo is not going to hit. I figured they'd probably go to the bench, and Ronnie Prettyman, a little bit banged up, but no worse for the wear, is going to come off the bench, and Josh Womack is going to go in and run for Hubbard. So Womack, that gives you good speed. And Prettyman will be coming off the bench to pinch hit here in the 9th inning. Sixer pinch hitters this year are 1 for 9 with an RBI. And now it looks like we're going to have a pitching change as the manager of the Quakes, Bobby Mitchell, goes out. He's making the call to the bullpen, a right-hander. I believe that was Ortega. But I will have to double-check the number to make sure that someone else didn't get up and start throwing. Any event, we're going to take a 90-second break. We'll be back with more 9th inning action in a moment.
Andre Rieu is back on PBS with a delightfully romantic concert from Corona, Italy. Join us for this captivating performance featuring the music of Puccini, Strauss, Beethoven, and Rieu's own compositions as we celebrate music and romance in a very special setting. Andre Rieu, live in Tuscany, here on PBS.
Friday night at 8 on KVCR-TV, Channel 24.
It was another time and another place in American life. It was radio. This is Ted Rothlar, inviting you to join me this week as I remember radio for Gordon McRae singing on the Railroad Hour. That's the Railroad Hour, Saturday afternoon at 2, and again, Sunday morning at 4, here on KVCR, San Bernardino, Riverside, as I remember radio.
Hi, I'm Martha Green. Looking for a little inspiration in the kitchen? Are you searching for some exciting recipes to wake up your family meals? Then join me for Martha Green's Cooking Things on KVCR. I'll share some enticing new recipes and cooking tips in each program, plus some of my own tried and true favorites.
Martha Green's Cooking Things, weekday mornings at 5:33 and 8:33, afternoons at 4:32 on KVCR San Bernardino.
Right-hander Anthony Ortega, who just joined the Quakes from extended spring, is going to be asked to get Ronnie Prettyman pinch hitting to end the ball game. Quakes are up 4-3 in the ninth. Marshall Hubbard with the 2-out double at or rather, Hubbard had the 2-out double, but Womack running for him now at second. Ortega spending his first 2 years in the Dominican Summer League, so this would be his first professional appearance in the States. Last year, in 14 starts, he led the Dominican Summer League with a 0.86 ERA, and he went 7-4. He is 20 years old, born in Venezuela, and signed by the Angels 3 years ago. He will be 21 in August. 6 feet, 170 pounds. Ronnie Prettyman has pinch hit once this year. That was way back on the 9th of April against the High Desert Mavericks on the road, and he made out. So Ronnie has one of the 9 pinch hitting at-bats for the Sixers, and he comes up there and a chance to tie it. Prettyman hitting 167 over his last 4 games at home. Batting .308 on the season, 13 doubles. That would put him near the top of the league. He is fourth in the league in doubles, tied for fifth in hits when the night started. And here he is with a chance to tie it in the bottom of the ninth. Sixers with 11 hits and the Quakes have 4, but Rancho is winning. Pitch on the way to Prettyman. That is a fastball inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Rancho trying to pick up a win, and this would also be their 10th save. They're only break even in the save category. They have 9 saves and 9 blown saves. Womack takes his lead at second. The shortstop Rodriguez shadowing him by a couple of feet. As Ortega looks back there and delivers 1-0 to Prettyman. That's low and inside, 2-0. Brian Schweiger out on deck. Prettyman can get aboard. Schweiger would be coming up. With Womack and Prettyman being used, Sixers looking at the roster, they're out of players. The 2-0 pitch from Ortega is a little bit inside, so Anthony has stayed in on Prettyman, and he's fallen behind 3-0. Well, the Sixers have one player. That is their other catcher, Omar Falcone. And there's obvious risks if you use your only catchers in the same game if one of them gets hurt. 3-0 the count. See if they let him swing. The pitch from Ortega swung on and missed. I think Ronnie may have chased ball 4. That thing from up here looked to be a bit high. So it is 3-1. How has he done in the clutch this year? Runners in scoring position, hitting .317. Runners in scoring position with 2 outs, 5 for 21. That is a .238 average, though 3 of the 5 hits have been doubles. He was 1 for 3 last night, struck out twice. Ortega back with the 3-1 to Prettyman. Now instead he's going to turn and get Womack back to second, no one covering. Last night at this time, we were all pretty much going to bed. We had a 2-hour and 16-minute game. That tied the shortest game of the year. This is a long one tonight, thanks to a lot of walks. 3-1 pitch on the way to Prettyman is swung on and popped up. Out into shallow left, this will do it. Rodriguez, the shortstop, is there. He'll be called off by the left fielder, Riley. And the Sixers, with all the walks and hit batsmen, gift wrap one for the Quakes tonight, who hold on to beat them by the final score of 4-3. No runs, 1 hit in the ninth for Inland Empire. Not too often you're going to lose a game when you out-hit the opponent 11-4. But when you hit 5 batters in a game and you issue 7 walks, you don't necessarily need to give up a lot of hits. And that was the case tonight. So the Sixers fall to a game and a half out of first now. All of a sudden, Lake Elsinore's red hot. These two teams, the Quakes and the Sixers, will have 2 more before the storm comes in on Monday night. 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Quakes. 3 runs, 11 hits, 1 error for the Sixers. And all, by the way, the first Rancho run tonight, an unearned run because of a pass ball. So you can throw that in the mix as well, just to kind of add to the frustration. So young Anthony Ortega comes in, and in his first professional game in the United States, picks up a save. And Rancho and the Sixers now tied at 22-19. Tomorrow night, Sean Nottingham 0-3 against right-hander Francisco Rodriguez, a record of 1-3. Ball game will be at 7:11, and we will be on the air beginning at 7 o'clock on KVCR as well as the internet. And then don't forget, Sunday's a day game, so we will not be broadcasting the ball game on Sunday, which will wrap up this 4-game series. Now we invite you to stay tuned for the post-game show. That'll be coming right up.
You've been listening to the California League's Inland Empire 66ers on KVCR. Today's broadcast has been made possible by the support of Loma Linda University Children's Hospital, the only children's hospital in the Inland Empire. By Toyota of Redlands, where personal relationships still count. By the more than 50 Southern California Farmer Boys Restaurants, fresh food served fast. And by Arrowhead Credit Union, serving Inland Empire communities for more than 50 years. Now we invite you to stay tuned for the postgame show, coming right up.
The BBC knows this world is constantly changing, and we face the unexpected.
The town has been utterly devastated. Tens of thousands of feared dead.
And across the globe there are important decisions being made that affect us all.
With today's action, a real milestone has been reached.
Keep up to date with what's happening in our complex world with news from the BBC World Service.
Overnights on KVCR, San Bernardino.
And just where can one go these days to confront the burning linguistic issues of our times?
Is it clandestine or clandestine?
Clandestine.
Oh, my darling.
Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling. Clandestine.
Just no shame at all, is there? Just no shame. None. Try Says You, Weekly Words and Wit from NPR.
Saturday afternoons at 2:30 and Tuesday mornings at 9:30 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Confidence in elections is on such shaky ground that 1 in 3 Americans question whether their votes will be counted accurately in an election. This week on Justice Talking, we travel to the Carter Center in Atlanta, Georgia, to talk with former President Jimmy Carter and members of the Commission on Federal Election Reform. They'll tell us what they think has to happen to bring free and fair elections to our democracy. That's this week on Justice Talking.
Sunday afternoon at 2 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Stay tuned for the wrap-up of the just-concluded 66ers game, along with a check of the out-of-town scoreboard and a look ahead at the next 66ers game on the post-game show.
Well, manager Gary Thurman's going to be heading back to Kansas City to see his daughter graduate high school, and I guess he might have been hoping to get a decent night's sleep, but instead tonight's ball game lasting just shy of 4 hours. A game which saw the two teams combine to walk 13 batters, and the Sixers hitting 5. And again, unfortunately, because the record book that they updated, for some reason they took out the team record for hit batsmen in a game. But I know that the San Bernardino Stampede in a game in 1998 set the record, but I don't remember if it was 5 or 6 hit batsmen. But in any case, 5 hit batsmen quite a bit. And Rancho Cucamonga taking advantage of all of the charity. 2 of their runs scored by guys who were hit by pitches to lead off an inning. Their other 2 runs scored by batters who walked to lead off an inning. And the first run they got back in the second was unearned because of a passed ball. So the 66ers out hitting the Quakes nearly triple their total, 11-4, and yet they still fall shy by the score of 4-3 tonight. Winning pitcher is going to be Joe Torres, so the left-hander who only pitched an inning. Talk about being in the right place at the right time. He is 2-0. Ortega picks up a save in his debut. And Ivan Blanco, who was a little bit off with the command tonight, although he only allowed 2 hits, he is the losing pitcher, and his record now 4-2. So the Sixers losing at home for just the 5th time in 18 games this year. Rancho Cucamonga, meanwhile, improving its record on the road to 8 wins and 7 losses. And these two teams with a couple more to go, and they'll also have a 3-game series at the Epicenter before the end of the first half, which will be, the official end of the half will be following the ball game of June the 19th right here against the High Desert Mavericks. Kind of a strange way to end the half because that is the start of a homestand. So they play 1 game, end the half, and then wipe the slate clean the very next night and pick up, play about a week, and then they finally have the All-Star break. We've got quite a few games to go before we get to that point. That would be 70 games. Tonight was game number 41. We're going to take a time out. When we come back, we will recap tonight's game and play a couple of highlights for you when the post-game show continues in just a moment.
Join us this week on A Prairie Home Companion when we come to you from Reykjavik, from the National Theatre of Iceland, with the Fostbrader Male Choir and Iceland's singer-songwriter Didu, Mr. Bill Holm, Howard Levy sitting in with the Guys All-Star Shoe Band, John C. Riley, and, of course, the news from Lake Wobegon. All this week from the middle of the Atlantic on A Prairie Home Companion.
Saturday afternoon at 3 on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Hi, I'm Martha Green. Looking for a little inspiration in the kitchen? Are you searching for some exciting recipes to wake up your family meals? Then join me for Martha Green's Cooking Things on KVCR. I'll share some enticing new recipes and cooking tips in each program, plus some of my own tried and true favorites.
Martha Green's Cooking Things, weekday mornings at 5:33 and 8:33, afternoons at 4:32 on KVCR San Bernardino.
Well, the Quakes got on the board first tonight. The Sixers, by the way, had not lost a game this year at home when the opponent had scored first. They had come back to win all 6 of those games, but tonight, well, I guess they say there is a first for everything. The second inning started ominously enough as the cleanup hitter Mike Collins got hit by a pitch. Pat Riley bounced out 1-3 to advance Collins to second, and then Baltazar Lopez flied to center. Brian Schweiger was charged with a pass ball that allowed Collins to move to third base. Drew Toussaint, who came in hitting .159 in the month of May, drew a walk against Blanco, and that also turned out to be a big play because it gave the designated hitter Ben Johnson a chance to hit. The strike one pitch is a line drive bullet into right that almost hit Toussaint, so the run will score, and the Quakes grab a 1-0 lead here in the second inning. Well, it would stay 1-0 until the 5th inning, and then the Quakes would score again, courtesy of a leadoff hit batsman, this time Cody Fuller, a sacrifice, a walk, a fly out. So he had 2 outs, and Mike Collins, who has been one of the best clutch hitters with 2 outs in the entire league this year, came in hitting .500 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. He lined an RBI single to center field. So the Quakes getting a 2-out RBI hit in the second and another 2-out RBI hit in the 5th. And that made it 2-0. Sixers came back to tie it in the 5th inning against starter Nick Green. Brent Johnson led off with the first of 2 hits that he would have, a base hit to center field. Chen was out on a 1-6-3 play when Johnson was running on the pitch. They tried to turn 2, but Johnson was ruled safe at second. Reed Easley followed by drawing a walk, and then Mike Wilson struck out. So the Quakes had 2 outs, but Matt Tuiasosopo came through.
2-0 Quakes in the lead. There's a break ball. Swung on. Line drive into left. This one has a chance to get out of here, and it is off of the wall. Coming in to score is Johnson. Following up right behind him is going to be Easley. There's going to be a play at the plate. The tag by Collins. They're going to check. The umpire says no. He dropped the ball and he's sacked. It's going to be a double.
So a double for Tuiasosopo, who took third on the play at home, and the Sixers tied it at 2. And at that point, Torres was brought in to pitch, and he induced Marshall Hubbard to fly to center field, so the Sixers leaving Tuiasosopo at third, a 2-2 tie at that point. Quakes would go up, though, in their very next at-bat. In the 6th inning, a leadoff walk to Baltazar Lopez. Then Drew Toussaint was hit by a pitch. Ben Johnson flied to right field, and at that point, Lockwood came in to replace Blanco. Well, Lockwood promptly hit the first guy he faced. That was Cody Fuller. So the Quakes had the bases loaded when leadoff hitter Freddy Sandoval hit a dying quail into left field, and Chris Colton made a beautiful diving catch to take a base hit away. Lopez was able to tag up and score, and that made it 3-2 Rancho. But thanks to that great catch, the Quakes' damage was minimized as Leahy struck out to end the inning. The Quakes came back in the 7th inning and got another run as Lockwood started the frame by issuing a leadoff walk to the shortstop Rodriguez. And then after retiring Collins, Pat Riley singled to right, and Lopez came up with a scoring fly ball to center field. And again, it took a great catch out there by Brent Johnson, taking a hit away from Lopez, but Rodriguez able to score to make it a 4-2 Quakes lead. In the bottom of the 8th inning, with 1 out, Chris Colton reached on an infield single, and that brought up Brent Johnson. 2 balls and a strike to Johnson. There goes Colton. Johnson pulls it into left field. That is going to be over the head of Pat Riley up against the wall. Colton racing around third. He is going to score. Johnson has a double, and it's 4-3 Quakes. Well, things were a little bit interesting at that point. Chen flied to center field, and Johnson advanced to third, but Easley flied to right field to end the inning. The Sixers one more shot in the 9th, facing Kevin Lynch, who struck out the first 2 batters, and then Marshall Hubbard followed with a double. Ronnie Prettyman came up to pinch hit, Anthony Ortega was brought in from the bullpen to make his 06 debut, and he got Prettyman to fly out to shallow left field on a 3-1 pitch, and that's how the ball game ended. 4-3 in favor of the Quakes. The Sixers tonight, 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position, and of the 13 runners they left on base tonight, 7 were left in scoring position. So all the way around, if you are a Sixer fan, certainly a frustrating game, but a loss is a loss, and as they say in the song, there is always tomorrow. The Quakes, only 4 hits. That's 2 days in a row that Rancho has been held to 4 hits. Last night they got 3 runs and lost by 2. Tonight they get 4 runs, but they're able to win by 1. Rancho has only scored 43 runs in their last 11 games. Again, Torres the win, 2-0. Blanco the loss, 4-2. Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 55 minutes. You know, I got to double check here because the Sixers have had some 4-hour games this year, but I believe all of them, in fact, yes, all of their 4-hour games coming in their extra inning affairs. So I do believe this is their longest 9-inning game. They had, 354. That was an extra inning game. So, 355. And, you know, the Cal League record for longest 9-inning game is 407. And yours truly was part of that game at Maverick Stadium way back in 1995. So, just missed, perhaps, tying that record. So, 355. Great crowd, biggest of the year here, 5,963. We're going to step aside for a moment. Bill Burns will step into the hot seat to run down your out-of-town scoreboard when we continue with more on the postgame show in just a moment.
Hello, I'm Andre Rieu. I hope you were able to attend my concert in Pasadena last December. Because you were so generous last year, we are creating a whole new show to perform for you this December in Anaheim, California. You can reserve your seats for our concert now by calling 1-800-533-5827. Thanks for listening, and thank you for supporting KVCR.
Mel Allen is an artist. He lives for that moment of inspiration.
The act of creation is just a gift. It's such a wonderful experience.
But Allen hasn't had that wonderful experience in a long time. He suffers from what doctors call a fever of unknown origins. Next time on Weekend America, what happens when medicine doesn't come up with miracles? Join us.
Saturday at noon on KVCR, San Bernardino.
Go ahead and check the minor league scoreboard for you. We'll start off with the California League, of course. And Lancaster over San Jose, 11-6 the final in that one. Shappy takes the win. He moves to 2-5 on the season. Martinez with the loss. He is now 1-2. Home runs from Cordito. He hit 2 in the night, and he has 2 home runs on the evening or on the season now. So 2 home runs in the night, and that's a total of 2 for the season. So they come in bunches for Cordito. Gonzalez, he hit a home run. He hit his 5th of the year, and Nicholas hit his 4th of the season for the San Jose Giants ball club. Lake Elsinore beat High Desert up in High Desert, a final of 10-2 in that ball game, and they're starting their weekend series here tonight. Ekstrom gets the win. He moves to 4-2 on the season. Coda with the loss. He is now 1-5. And home runs come for the Lake Elsinore ball club from Adams, his 5th of the season. Turner hit his 1st, and for High Desert, Brown hit his 5th of the season. For the Stockton-Modesto game, Stockton wins this one. They scored 6 runs in the last 2 innings, and the final score was 11-4 in that ball game. Madsen, he gets the win. He moves to 2-2. Postlethwaite, he moves to 0-1 on the season. McCrudy, he hits a home run for the Stockton ball club. Go ahead and get you that Visalia-Bakersfield score here. And the final was Visalia 14, Bakersfield 8. Visalia put up 14 runs, 20 hits. They made 2 errors. Bakersfield had 8 runs, 13 hits, 1 error. Allen gets the win. He moves to 4-1. Lama Chica, he gets a loss in the ball game. He moves to 1-2. Brignac, he hits his 8th home run of the season, and Murphy hits 2 home runs in the ball game for the Bakersfield Blaze. He has 8 now in the season, and Gack hits his 7th home run of the season. He got 1 in the ball game. And of course, the final score here: the Rancho Cucamonga Quakes 4, the Inland Empire 66ers 3. And we'll go ahead and take a look at the Major League scoreboard. Interleague action going on throughout the majors, so we'll get that up and running for you here in just a moment. But, man, one heck of a schedule on tap in Major League Baseball. We'll start off with the American League ballparks, as they've broken them up in American League and National League. So whichever's the home team is how they broke up the scorebook here tonight. The White Sox beat the Cubs a final of 6-1 in that one.
Burrell gets the win. He moves to 5-2. Maddox with the loss. He's now 5-3 on the season. Man, Maddox was off to a great start, and then he's dumped 3 in a row here. Tomei, he hits his 17th home run of the season. Kind of funny, a guy that's not even on the All-Star ballot. 17 home runs here throughout the month of May, or through April and May, and still got a little bit of ways to go here. At least a third of the month left before May is done, so he's doing all right. The Cleveland Indians, they win their ball game over the Pittsburgh Pirates, a 4-1 final. Sabathia, he moves to 3-1 with the win. Duke gets the loss. He is 2-5 on the season. Sanchez hit his 4th home run of the season for the Pirates, and for Cleveland, home runs come from Perez, his 5th, and Sizemore, his 7th of the year. Cincinnati and Detroit, good matchup in Detroit, and the Cincinnati Reds come away with a victory here in this one, a 9-4 final for the Cincinnati Reds. They are now 25-17. Detroit 27-14 on the year. Clausen with the win. He moves to 3-4. Bonderman, he is now 4-3 on the year. Rich Avilia hit a home run, his 6th of the season for the Cincinnati Reds. Adam Dunn, he hit his 14th. And Detroit Tigers, they had a home run by Thomas, his 6th of the year. The Tampa Bay Devil Rays beat the Florida Marlins, and what a battle this one is. 2 teams without even 20 wins yet this season, man. Just horrible baseball going on down in Florida. The Tampa Bay Devil Rays 5, the Florida Marlins 4 in the final there. Walker is now 1-2 on the season. Pettit 0-1. Ugla hit a home run for the Florida Ball Club, his 6th of the season. Huff hit one for Tampa Bay, his 1st of the year, and Hall hit his 5th for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. St. Louis beat Kansas City 9-6 in that ball game. St. Louis is now 27-15 on the year. Kansas City, poor Kansas City, 10-29 on the season. Carpenter with the win. He is 4-2. Redmond gets the loss. He moves to 0-4. Wainwright gets the save, his 1st of the year. Albert Pujols hits his 20th home run of the season. Just amazing. 20 home runs before the month of May is even coming close to an end. Sanders hit his 5th home run for the Kansas City Ball Club. The Oakland A's beat the San Francisco Giants. This was a close ball game, a 1-0 final over in Oakland. And Bonds, of course, going homerless as the Giants did not score any runs. Heron moves to 4-3 on the season with the win for the A's. Lowry, he is now 1-1. Hudson Street, he moves to 7 saves on the year. Seattle beats San Diego, a 7-4 final in that ballgame. Soriano, he moves to 1-1 with the win. Cassidy moves to 3-2 with the loss. Mike Piazza hit his 5th home run. Bard hit his 2nd of the season for the Padres. Sexton hit his 5th home run for the Mariners. Lopez hit his 6th, and Johima, he hit his 4th home run for the Seattle Mariners on the season. So we'll take a look at what happened in the National League ballparks. And the Los Angeles Dodgers come up big over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. A 16-3 final. Dodgers win in that one. Dodgers are now 22-20 on the year. The Anaheim Angels are 17-25. Seeley with the win. He's 2-0. Weaver with the loss. He moves to 1-7. Vladimir Guerrero hits his 11th home run for the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. And Ether, he hit his 2nd for the Dodgers in the ballgame. Baltimore beat the Washington Nationals 5-1 in that toss-up. And Benson is now 6-3. O'Connor moves to 2-2. Alfonso Soriano, he has 14 home runs on the year as he added one here this evening. The Boston Red Sox over the Philadelphia Phillies, a 5-3 final in that game. Boston now 24-15. Philadelphia is 22-19 on the year. Clement, he gets the win. He moves to 4-3. Lieber gets the loss. He is now 3-5. Papelbon, he has 15 saves on the season. Ortiz had his 14th home run go out of the park in this one. Jason Varitek hit his 4th, and Lau, he hit his 5th for the Boston Red Sox. And Victorino hit his 2nd for the Philadelphia Phillies. Well, the Mets and the Yankees hooking up in New York. And which side? Well, it was in New York City, the Queens side, where the Mets play. 7-6 the final in that ball game. So the Mets coming away with the victory. They are now 25-16. The Yankees move to 23-17 on the season. Wagner gets his 3rd win of the year. Rivera takes his 3rd loss. He is now 1-3. Beltran hit a home run, his 11th of the season. Nady also hit a home run, his 9th of the season for the New York Mets. Milwaukee and Minnesota played each other, and that one being played up in Milwaukee. Minnesota comes away with the win. They scored 5 runs in the 8th inning. It was a 7-1 final in that ball game. Liriano, he moves to 2-0 on the season with the win. Davis is now 2-3 with the loss. Batista hit a home run for the Minnesota Ball Club, and so did Cuttier. He has 4 on the year as well. The Texas Rangers and Houston Astros played down in Houston, and it was a 5-3 final in that ball game. The Houston Astros win it, and they are now 23-19 on the season. The Rangers moved to 21-20 on the year. The Toronto Blue Jays and the Colorado Rockies, not much of a rivalry there, but still, these two teams getting together. Well, they really, if you look at it, geographically, they have no natural rivals close to them. Montreal moved out of Canada and Colorado. Well, they're all alone
in that vast area there in the Colorado Rockies. So 8-3 the final with the Rockies coming away with the win. Rockies doing pretty well, though, 23-19 on the season. Toronto not doing too bad either, 23-18 on the year. Cook with the win, he moves to 5-3. Towers with the loss, ouch, 1-8 on the year. Helton with a home run, his third of the year for the Colorado Ball Club. And Corral, he hit his first, and Atkins hit his fifth of the season. All home runs coming for the Colorado Rockies in that ballgame. Arizona beat the Atlanta Braves. The Diamondbacks hosting this one as it's the only National League game of the night. So the only actually, not interleague game, but the only intra-league game, I guess. Arizona wins the ballgame 10-9 over the Atlanta Braves. Valverde gets the win. He is 2-1. Breedsma with the loss. He moves to 1-2 on the season. LaRoche, he hits a home run for the Braves, his sixth of the year, and Devannon, he hit his second of the year for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Well, that's a look at your Major League scoreboard and your California League scoreboard. When Mike Sager and I get back, we'll wrap this thing up.
If you want to know what it takes to rebuild New Orleans, call the mayor. If you want to know what it takes to retune New Orleans, call Peter Spring.
I can pick up my tools, I can take my trailer, go down there and just help out. Moving pianos, fixing them, tuning them. You can hear the wah, wah, wah.
I'm Linda Wertheimer, the man who pulls the strings in New Orleans. Plus, the latest news on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Saturday morning on KVCR, San Bernardino.
It was another time and another place in American life. It was radio. This is Jed Rothlar, inviting you to join me this week as I Remember Radio for Gordon McRae singing on the Railroad Hour. That's the Railroad Hour, Saturday afternoon at 2, and again, Sunday morning at 4, here on KVCR, San Bernardino Riverside, as I Remember Radio.
But high and deep to left, you can kiss it goodbye. Wow!
Remembering better times, 24 hours ago. That was the call on Mike Wilson's bomb last night. Well, you know, he got that to fall back on because tonight was ugly.
Yeah, well, that goes on my highlight reel for sure.
Whoa, man! Tonight's one of those games. It was kind of a Class A ball game. I mean, and you're going to get those every once in a while. I mean, nobody's perfect, even the big leaguers, but. Unfortunately, we haven't seen, it's really the first of its kind. I mean, 7 walks, 5 hit batsmen, and then the Quakes complicate matters. They walk, 7 of their own? Or 6?
Yeah, well,
3, 5, 6. Okay, off by 1. So 13 walks, 5 hit batsmen, throwing a wild pitch by Joe Torres there. And, add it up. You out-hit the opposition 11-4 and get beat.
But you get 3:35, 3 hours, 35 minutes out of that one. I think that was it seemed like a lot longer than that.
Well, it seemed like 8:55 or 8 or something. I actually said 3:55, and I had wrote down, when I glanced at Les, wrote down 3:55 on the scorecard for some reason. But, yeah, it felt like 4:55. Long night tonight. One of those nights Blanco... he got by. He only gave up a couple runs considering all his wildness because he only gave up a couple of hits. But then that's kind of been the theme for the year. The Sixers pitching staff first in the league in hit batsmen, first in the league in walks, but second fewest number of hits allowed. So that would explain partly why they're third in the league in ERA. But, yeah, that's got to be a frustrating loss. Obviously, the Quakes are happy to get the victory because they keep pace, with the Storm. They don't lose the game and fall 2.5 out. But when you hold a team to 4 hits, and then you get, all 4 runs scored by guys who either reach by getting hit or reach by walk, and then they get 2 out hits to drive in 2 of their runs, and then an unearned run.
Yeah.
Leaves you pulling your hair out of your head.
I'm going to come up with a new mathematical conversion here to actually win a ball game. You add hits and runs together for both ball clubs, so it'd be Rancho Cucamonga 8, Inland Empire 14. See? I've been thinking about this for a long time, and the team that gets more hits should not lose the ball game. And it happens quite a bit, and it's funny to actually see it happen, but I think that'll solve the problem.
Well, I'll tell you, for the Sixers, here's the deal. Inland Empire, when they have out-hit the opponent, their record, including tonight, is 16-5. When they've been out-hit, they are 2-12. So, normally you figure if you out-hit someone, you're generally going to beat them unless you out-hit them 7-6 or something. But, to out-hit someone 11-4. It's and it happens, But a loss is a loss, whether you get beat 1-0 in a clean game or 4-3 tonight. But the tough things in baseball. So it's great because it's a maddening sport because you can play the what if game to kingdom come in this sport, and you just think what if not all the walks, or what if there wasn't the pass ball, or what if not the two out hits, but. Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, but it all happened. And, something you brought up at the very end of the broadcast, all the runs coming for the Quakes were either hit by pitch or guys that actually walked to base. None of those guys earned their way on that actually came around to score.
Oh, I know. Rancho, they only had 27 official at-bats tonight. That's very rare to have a game, unless you get shut out, to where a team has less than 30 at-bats. And to have a game like this, to where they had 27 official at-bats.
Yeah, that's the minimum at-bats. 3 times 9, 27. So that's the minimum at-bats to actually play a baseball game. But, of course, all the hit-by pitches and the guys that walked, those guys count as well, but they don't count in the total at-bats.
I'm not I'm not going to go down and say hi to Bud tonight. I don't know.
I was just down there dropping off the box scores, and it didn't seem somber, but the guys were going to work and they were getting done, and that looked like they want to get out of here.
Yeah, well, it's usually when you lose a ball game, you just want to take care of your business, shower, get dressed, and go home. And when you win, you tend to want to maybe hang out a little bit more, play the music a little bit louder.
Beer's a little colder.
Beer's a little colder. Maybe take a longer shower. I don't know, but
sure.
You lose a game, and it's like, all right, we're out of here and come back tomorrow and whatnot. So nice game for Gary Thurman's going away for a couple days. See his daughter graduate in Kansas City. Nice, quite a game to send him off with.
I hope his plane isn't leaving soon.
Hopefully he didn't. I didn't ask him what time his flight was supposed to leave. I don't know if he had an early morning flight or not. Paul Steeritz, our general manager, walking in and walking out. Wants to be a rock star.
He wants to be a rock star on the radio.
Doesn't have what it takes. But in any event. So, 1-run loss, only second time the Sixers have lost a game under the lights at home, and the first time in 7 games at home where the opponent scored first and they didn't come back to win. That, to me, is an odd stat. More times than not, and they say that good teams are going to win. You score first 2/3 of the time, and that's more or less the average if you look at the Cal League standings in games in which teams score first. But coming back 6-0 when you've scored first, or when the opponent scores first, that's a strange stat.
Yeah, that was weird. You brought that up on the radio, and then I said, wow, what a strange stat. So I talked about it a little bit, and then at the end of the broadcast, you brought it up again, and, hoping the 66ers were going to come back, and you just think about it, and you go, wow, that is kind of strange. And the odds had to go, sooner or later, had to come back around, and tonight was the night.
And, it's funny. I actually wasn't looking for that stat. I was because the Sixers were 14-10. Or are 14-10 in games in which they score first. So I was actually going through the book today. I wanted to find out, okay, what's the record at home when they score first, since they're 13-4? And I was kind of taking it from that angle, and I started looking and going, okay, well, they lost that. Okay, they lost that. And then figured out, it's like, wait a minute. What about when the opposition scores first? Come up with that oddball stats that, us broadcast geeks just love to put in the media notes and spurt out on the air. But interesting stat indeed. But anyway, a loss at home, and that makes next 2 games real big because Lake Elsinore's obviously got some momentum. They won again tonight, playing up at hitter-friendly Maverick Stadium. They've got 4 straight wins. And these next 2 games are very important to both these teams. But of course, the Sixers have the Storm coming in next, and you don't want to go into that series on a down note. You like to go in kind of with the mojo going.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you got 2 more games here coming up against this ball club, and it's a good ball club on the other side of the field, no doubt about it. They have the record along with us, so definitely a good team, and you got to gear up. You got to win at least 1 more here, and the way the 66ers have been playing here, you kind of expect to win the next 2.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. Of course, day games have been, for whatever reason, a little problematic. I don't know why, probably a coincidence, but 2-6 in day games this year, and 3 of their 5 losses at home have come in the day games, whether it's been the midweek education day games or Sunday games, so we will see what happens. Although I understand it doesn't look like Jose Arredondo, the Quakes, I guess you can call him the ace because you look at his numbers, he's leading the league in strikeouts and up there in ERA. It doesn't look like he's going to start Sunday, so that could be a good thing for Inland Empire. Not sure who the Quakes are going to start. I had heard the name Anthony Ortega mentioned he did come in and pitch to one batter, so I guess he technically could start Sunday if that's the case. So maybe a good thing for the Sixers, not too sure, but certainly don't have to face one of the better pitchers in the league, it looks like. And Nottingham, kid's got to eventually win a game.
Yeah,
you would think.
Just like the 66ers have probably got to lose a game if they don't score first or if the other team scores first. It's got to come around where Nottingham's going to win a game sooner or later. The kid has pitched pretty decently. I mean, nothing really too outrageously wrong with what he's doing out there. It's just a matter of him getting, some luck going his way, I guess.
Yeah, no, he's in his I thought his last start he gave up, I think his line was 5 runs or something in Elsinore. I thought he actually pitched a little bit better than the pitching line indicated, but in the end it was like 6 innings, 5 runs, which doesn't look good, but I thought he threw the ball decently well, and I guess if the bottom line is you turn in enough quality outings, eventually you're going to get yourself a victory, and so hopefully for Sean and the Sixers it is tomorrow night, because they certainly need one to bounce back and from tonight's ball game and try to get back on the right track. And then if you win tomorrow, of course, you got a chance to win the series on Sunday. If you lose, then you go into Sunday needing a win just to split a series at home.
Yeah, you're going into Sunday and when you haven't done well in day games. So really, tomorrow is a big game for the 66ers. If they win tomorrow, I think everything will be okay. If they lose tomorrow, then, well, you might be swept, or not swept in your park, but they might be able to take the series since the 66ers have not played well during the day yet.
We will see. I'm looking at this box score. How in the world? This is probably our biggest challenge of the year. Maybe one of the biggest challenges I've had in my life is picking a star of the game out of this tonight.
From this debacle that we saw tonight?
When you look at the box, I mean, obviously you can't really pick anyone on the Quakes because they only had 4 hits.
Well, who got hit the most on the Quakes? That's my player of the game, the guy that took the most beanings.
Tucson got nailed twice.
Yeah.
The last one looked painful,
two guys actually got hit twice. 2 of them did. I know that because when I wrote him in my scorebook, I remember, well, there's another guy that got hit twice tonight. And, yeah, the other one, Tucson took one, looked like in the gut.
Yeah, I think that's where it got him. Well, let's see. Collins got hit. Fuller got hit. Toussaint got hit twice. And who was the other one? Oh, Fuller got hit twice?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sure did. So Fuller and Toussaint got hit twice.
Can I make those guys my players of the game?
You know what? You could, because really, I mean, going down the scorecard, it's a tough one to pick.
Who did they actually score? Toussaint did not score.
Well, 2 of their guys did. Collins scored when he was hit in the 2nd, and the other one was Fuller in the 5th, so
okay.
he did score. So.
I'm going to go with Fuller.
Are you?
For getting hit twice and scoring once for the Quakes.
Taking one for the team,
exactly.
Right? Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go with Eric O'Flaherty, because not only did he not hit anyone, he didn't walk anybody. And he was, well, let's see, you can't really count Ortega. He faced 1 batter. So Kevin Lynch didn't walk anyone for Rancho, and they used a total of 5 pitchers. Sixers used 3, and O'Flaherty, no walks, no hit batsmen. So basically 1 hit. And he actually pitched pretty well. 2 innings, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts. So I am going to give it to O'Flaherty for basically doing his job and giving the Sixers a chance to at least maybe come back and tie it or win it. That's all you can ask out of a reliever when you're behind, and he came in and did well. And so Eric gets my nod tonight.
It's a good choice, going with a serious vote, Eric O'Flaherty, and myself going with the funny vote, Fuller. And the funny vote's coming from my lack of sleep and being up so late and watching such a long ball game.
Yeah. We had a nice little roll going after 5 straight games of over 3 hours. We had, the last 4 were under 3, although the last 2 in Elsinore were pretty close. But 2:16 last night, 3:35 tonight.
You get spoiled by those games. A fast game, I mean, you're in the game. I mean, you are watching every single pitch really sharply, not only up here, but the fielders are the same way, so it's really nice to see a fast ball game. The slow ones really slow everybody down. But I was glad to see the fans were into it. I mean, there was guys down here actually trying to start the wave, which was pretty cool in the 9th inning, trying to get the crowd going, and a lot of people stayed to the very end. That was nice to see.
Well, it is a Friday night, so, what else are you going to do tomorrow? And, think about last night's game. I had so much filler. It just happened to be one of those days where there was some cool stuff on the internet that I printed off. 2:16, you don't have time to get to that stuff. You're basically calling the game, and all of a sudden, before you know it, you're on, and then I'm back, and then the game's over, and it's like, oh, okay, so got to use a little bit today, but I guess it's good news is that I've got some more filler for another game like this at some point.
Yeah,
hopefully it doesn't come soon.
You got to have the filler, and I think I need to bring some more filler in because, man, I was on the air for, it seemed like an hour and 15 minutes for 3 innings.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was an hour 20.
Yeah, I mean,
I
enjoy doing it, of course. I love doing it, but you got to prepare properly.
You need to prepare properly indeed. And we will see if we can actually get one under 3 tomorrow night as Sean Nottingham goes for his first victory of the year, record 0-3. Francisco Rodriguez on the hill for the Quakes. He has a record of 1-3. Any parting thoughts before we leave and go to bed?
Let's have a cold one and get to sleep.
Get to sleep. All right, folks. Well, we thank you for joining us tonight. And again, tomorrow night we'll be on the air at 7 o'clock with first pitch at 7:11. And one other note, again, tomorrow night's game is going to be presented by Reader's Digest. They're going to have a Best of America display out in the concourse and also some free giveaways tomorrow night. Weather's supposed to be good, so come on out to the ballpark, enjoy some minor league baseball. Again, 7 o'clock airtime, 7:11 first pitch. We will talk to you then. Till then, this is Mike Sager speaking for Bill Burns saying so long. We wish you a very good Friday night from Arrowhead Credit Union Park in a wild and a little bit of a sloppy game tonight, which will happen on occasion. The Rancho Cucamonga Quakes snap a 4-game losing streak as they beat Inland Empire by the final of 4-3.
And that'll do it for another edition of Inland Empire 66ers Baseball. We thank you for tuning in, and we invite you to keep your dial on KVCR all summer long so you don't miss a single pitch.